guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Liz Magill, the president of the University of Pennsylvania, resigned on Saturday. This comes only days after her congressional testimony on anti-Semitism drew fierce backlash from students, faculty, and donors. The chair of the university's Board of Trustees, Scott Bach, announced the decision in a letter to the school community. Bach also submitted his resignation, and Juliet Platt, the vice chair of the Board of Trustees, was named interim chair by the board's executive committee. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63, which is down 11 cents from last week. Texas is among 21 states under $3 a gallon, although the national average is at $3.16. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon. I'm Skip Kelly.
State-run media in Cuba says the country stopped a terrorist plot hatched in South Florida when it arrested a man who arrived on the island on a jet ski. The report late Saturday said the man is a Cuban who lives in Florida and that he came to Cuba to commit acts of violence. He allegedly was armed with several handguns, ammunition clips, and ammo. A shift in smuggling routes has brought an influx of migrants to Arizona from countries as diverse as Senegal, Bangladesh, and China. This has prompted the Border Patrol to seek help from other federal agencies. The U.S. government on Monday indefinitely shut down the nearby international crossing between Lukeville, Arizona, and Sonora, Mexico, because of hundreds of migrants crossing daily in the area. Bronny James is back on the basketball court. The University of Southern California freshman and son of basketball icon LeBron James made his collegiate debut on Sunday, a little over 4 months after suffering cardiac arrest. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now Now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after a tornado ripped through Middle Tennessee. 3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured. A suspect, Rafael Govia Romero, has been arrested and charged with capital murder in the killing of Texas high school cheerleader Elizabeth Medina. Medina's body was discovered in the bathtub of her Edna home by her mother on Tuesday. Romero was arrested in Schulenburg, Texas, about 75 miles north of Edna, and taken to the Jackson County Jail. Medina, 16, was supposed to perform at a Christmas parade in Edna on Tuesday, but when she didn't show up, her mother found her unresponsive at their apartment. Slowly but surely, the race to the White House is heating up. Laura Winters has more.
To the 2024 race for the White House, a new poll from the Wall Street Journal finds former President Trump beating President Biden 47% to 43% if the election were held today. Biden busy campaigning in California, the state where his son Hunter is facing 9 new tax charges, including 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors. The feds say Hunter made $7 million, the majority of the money from Burisma, and didn't pay taxes on it.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
If you're a diabetic, we have great news. You can end the painful finger sticks with a new CGM. Plus, they may be covered by Medicare, Medicaid, or private insurance. If you test and inject daily, you may qualify. Call US Med now to learn more.
800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. 800-471-7065. That's 800-471-7065.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Alrighty then, cue the microphone, and here we go. Welcome into a Monday. Yeah, we close out the weekend. There's another in the books. What do you say? We turn the page on the calendar. 11th day of December. So I trust you had a good weekend. Here we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'd sure like to have back my Friday, Saturday weather. Because it was a whole lot warmer. Yeah, enjoyed a couple days in the 60s. Obviously, it's reality check. Yeah, we had talked about it through much of the week last week, a storm that was going to be traversing from one coast to the other. It's, suffice it to say, a rough night to be traveling in the easternmost reaches of the country. Yeah, from Jacksonville, Florida. Really, the rain now just in the southeastern corner of Georgia, about the eastern half of South Carolina, eastern 2/3 of North Carolina, much of Virginia. Rain, rain, rain all the way up the coast into Maine. But the colder air that's rushing in on the backside, accumulating snows, enough to prompt winter weather advisories and winter storm warnings. Much of eastern New York's going to see some of the heaviest accumulations. Vermont, New Hampshire as well. And they say it's going to be the heavy, wet variety. But 5 to 8, 10 inches in the forecast, especially for the higher elevations. Similar scenario, though, in eastern portions of Virginia. Some winter storm warnings for the higher elevations there. Winter weather advisories over into northwestern and north central portions of Virginia as well. That's where we begin with our traveler's weather. This storm is actually intensifying as we speak, and a swath of heavy rain, increasing winds will indeed profoundly impact travel in the eastern USA through Monday. Flooding is likely, along with the risk of regional power outages. Heavy rain, street flooding, ponding along the highways. Several inches, 1 to 2 inches of rain predicted to fall across a broad area. In 12 hours or less, there will be pockets of 2 to 4 inches of rain across the southern and central Appalachians, from eastern North Carolina all the way up through most of Maine. Now, there's the 2 to 4 inches of water locked up in the snowpack already across the Green and White Mountains there in New England. You couple the heavy rain, the water being released by the melting snow, that could have the effect of 4 to 8 inches of rain falling, which will greatly increase the stream and river flooding threat across portions especially of Vermont and New Hampshire. Substantial flooding in Maine is also a concern. Forecasters have been outlining the potential for intense rain across parts of Connecticut, Rhode Island, central Massachusetts through the overnight hours tonight, Sunday night into Monday morning. Yeah, that dangerous combination, heavy rain quickly saturating the ground. Gusty winds across the region. We could see zones of flash flooding, downed trees, power outages, even some rare December thunderstorms may accompany some of the rain in the east. Localized high winds as well in store, with even without the thunder and lightning. The strongest winds along the Atlantic coast, especially there in the northeast. Not only the wind strong enough to bring down trees and break off large limbs, regional power outages are likely. Some roads are going to be blocked by debris. Could see some property damage along the eastern seaboard. Along that I-95 corridor, especially from Philadelphia to New York City and Boston, pay attention. Steady soaking rains before the high winds join in with the heavy rain. Overnight, Sunday night into Monday morning. Travel in parts of the region, airports are going to be some problems as well, especially late tonight. Power outages can occur across the region. So it's an active night, no doubt. At their peak, winds could gust to 50 miles per hour around New York City and Boston. Higher gusts, 60 to 70. Possible along Long Island, along the southern coast of Massachusetts, Cape Cod, Nantucket, Martha's Vineyard. AccuWeather says we could see gusts approaching 85. I mean, hurricane-force gusts. It looks like the high tide Sunday night to early Monday may actually correspond to the strongest southerly winds. You factor this along with the high astronomical tide with the new moon, and we feel coastal flooding is likely along the south-facing coast in southern New England. Perhaps the New York City area storm surge 2 to 3 feet above typical tides is anticipated. Some rain's going to stick around to start the day Monday in New York City, with those gusty winds and heavier rain lingering longer there in the Boston area. Any showers on Monday in Philadelphia, Baltimore, or Washington, D.C. should be brief, but many locations along the eastern seaboard, especially in the northeast, may still be reeling from the heavy rain, the high winds during the Monday morning rush hour. Morning commute in the Northeast adversely impacted, even as the storm will be beginning to pull away. Looks like everybody along the I-95 zone should dry out as the afternoon continues there on Monday. But you're going to notice the chillier air returning after an amazing warm weekend. I hope you enjoyed that. Where that cold air catches up on the backside of the rain, part of the Appalachians, especially the interior Northeast, several inches to as much as a foot of snow may pile up quickly, especially again over the higher elevations there. Now, this is the same storm system that brought death, destruction, hundreds of homes destroyed, especially Middle Tennessee, hard hit. As the sun came up Sunday morning, what they're describing as unfathomable destruction in the wake of several tornadoes that tore through Middle Tennessee Saturday afternoon. 6 confirmed dead in Clarksville and Madison counties, more than 80 treated at hospitals, according to officials. Search and rescue crews, including the Metro Nashville Police Department urban search and rescue teams, spent Sunday searching structures for survivors, clearing debris. According to the Montgomery County Emergency Management Agency, hundreds of structures have been damaged, 271 with major damage, making them uninhabitable. 91 structures totally destroyed. The vast majority of these were residential dwellings. Homeowners, community members, and emergency workers cleaning up after the violent storms shredded neighborhoods, tossed vehicles, power out to tens of thousands. One who was arriving in Nashville after hearing that his sister and 2-year-old nephew were killed in the tornado. He told the Associated Press 2 other children in the family survived. They had minor injuries. Regrettably, a tragedy happened here. Since it's a tornado, it came through, like you can see, complete destruction. Montgomery County, about an hour northwest of Nashville. 3 there, including a child, died after a reported tornado struck. About 60 were treated for injuries at area medical facilities there, including 9 that were transferred in critical condition to a Nashville hospital. Now, as of Sunday evening, PowerOutage.us was showing more than 35,000 customers still without power, some of that not likely to be restored anytime soon. Nashville Electric Service CEO said several substations were severely damaged, so unable to give a clear timeline as far as restoration of power there. In Clarksville, it may take even longer. During a Sunday press conference, the Montgomery County mayor said the Clarksville Department of Electricity is reporting ongoing outages. This is going to be a multiple-day event, they say. It could be a couple of weeks before we get all the power restored. Well, I mean, it's the holidays. People get ready for Christmas, and literally homes totally wiped out. Everything changes in the blink of an eye. Now, the cold temperatures also impacting. I mean, they're forecasting a low, below freezing tonight. Like 30 is where they're supposed to drop down to this morning. High pressure will be moving and the winds will be coming lighter. But it's going to feel like temperatures in the upper 20s later this morning. Although nothing out of the ordinary, these chillier conditions can impact those who lost power and heat and may slow some of the recovery efforts there. For the day ahead, here Monday, it's going to remain on the chillier side. High maybe 50 degrees, which is a few degrees below normal for this time of year. Luckily, though, it's going to dry out over the next couple of days. No further disruptions from weather outside the chilly weather is expected there. Now, in a statement thanking the community for an outpouring of support and donations, the Clarksville Montgomery County School System announced all schools are closed at this point through Tuesday. Local news publishing a list of shelters across those areas impacted by the storms. for people that need a place to stay. Wow. And they had told us throughout, again, much of the week, we could see some very unusual, uncommon December tornadoes. And that was the clash of the air masses. We saw that big warm-up, especially in the southeast. So prayers for all those involved by the storms there. As we roll into a Monday, it's 844-844-3388. Philly Dan on board. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It was not a good night for the Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah, we've got the NFL scores breakdown coming up here Sunday. I think we've got a doubleheader for Monday Night Football tonight. Two games coming your way. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. There's Larry at 47 degrees at the New York-New Jersey state line. Wet and windy at this hour. I guess the cold air is still making its way in your direction there, Larry. Marianne, good morning, Steve. The overnight family doing well. I had a blood draw yesterday. I'm on a heart monitor because the pulse was low, but I'm doing well. Good to hear. Thanks for the update. Hello, Pappy, 31 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Oh, the greatest day of the week. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, and dial it up at 844-844-3388, hidden deep beneath the Earth's crust. The hotshot secret hidden bunker. Steve Summers at the helm to take your calls, so keep it between the spotted and the solid. Hammer down. Be safe. Are you with me? Copy the mail. 5-7. There's Russell. Morning. 32 degrees. Dayton, Ohio. Working. Got the flu. Ugh. I'll be heading over to the doctor today. Thanks to my wife. I got it from her. All you truckers, be safe out there. Keep it between the ditches. May God be with you all. And with all of your trips out there, have a good day on this favorite day of the week. And thanks for helping keeping me up here at work. Enjoy the show, Steve. Take care. Thank you so much. Yeah, feel better soon. Nothing like, it's that time of year, right? The bugs are going around. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler, 29 degrees at the Weiss compound. My powerful chrome-plated cow truck getting a little rest tonight. Got a cold Sam Adams and a hot blonde wife, a roaring fire, watching Steve Summers in the overnight drive. A special one-night-only shout-out to the whole damn overnight drive family worldwide. Thank you much, Lauren Weiss. Enjoy the night.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Well, what do you say? Hope you had a good weekend. Of course, it has to come to an end.
Happy greatest day of the week.
Here it is.
It's that time of week again, huh? They sure do roll around pretty fast, don't they?
You're not kidding.
I'm thinking, man, that's fast. But I heard the report that Texas was the cheapest gas so far in the nation.
Yeah.
But I paid $2.59, lower than what Texas was.
Wow.
In Largo, Florida. That was there wasn't many that low yet, but what's going on with them? With the prices? I mean, I'm not complaining.
Oh, yeah. Well, price per barrel's been coming down. I know Russia and OPEC, they're talking maybe trying to cut production again because they want the prices back up.
I thought they did that already, and the prices still kept coming down.
Well, they did make cuts. So I think, what was it, 1.6 million barrels per day on top of an already 1 million barrel per day cut. That's
be a good time to fill up that strategic oil reserve, wouldn't it?
I mentioned that Friday. I'll check on where the price per barrel is right now, but I think we had the West Texas actually dropped under the 70 per barrel mark late last week.
Wow. Because I thought, I don't know, maybe a couple of months ago now that OPEC was going to cut reduction and expected the price to go up.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not complaining, but I haven't seen it yet. You know, they jumped up about 30 cents. It seems like for the Thanksgiving weekend, they wouldn't be gouging us on that now, would they?
Surely not.
Surely not. It's pretty windy down here in my neck of the woods down around Gainesville, Florida. I had a little bit off and on rain, 54 degrees, but I guess we're supposed to have some pretty big winds for the next 2-3 days. I don't know if it's going to be big winds, but it's supposed to be windy down in my neck of the woods anyway.
That's the trailing. I'm not seeing a lot of rain there. I guess you had some rain through the past day, but most of it now north of you. But
right.
Yeah, the winds will be coming your way.
Right. That's what they're saying the next couple of days. So I don't have a whole lot more, but Steve, if you choke a Smurf, what color would it change to? That's all I got. Thanks for taking my call.
There you go. A good question, right? My. What do we have here? Buckeye Boy checking in from Grayson, Kentucky tonight. 36 degrees. I'm going to stop by a childhood friend's auto parts store in Coal Grove Monday. I got to pay for an engine he's having shipped to me in Georgia from my mom's 2009 Chevy Equinox. You got to replace the engine. Less than 117,000 miles on this thing. Too bad Americans can't build vehicles that last. Anyway, delivery in Huntington, West Virginia tomorrow. Then it's back to Georgia. Hey, good job by those Bengals this past day. Not so much by the Atlanta Falcons. And how about Ohtani going to the Dodgers with a 10-year, $700 million contract? Unbelievable. Hey, have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Yeah, I had that. Yeah, every time you turn around, a new contract in the sports world, setting records. Now, this lucrative contract with the Dodgers, yet another Major League Baseball player joining the list of the highest paid athletes. Ohtani, a 10-year deal, $700 million, making this, at least for the moment, the richest contract in baseball history. He surpassed Mike Trout's $426 million contract with the Angels to earn this distinction. Even though he won't be able to pitch in 2024 due to an elbow injury, Ohtani is still the most valuable player in baseball, and he got paid like it. Last season, he hit .304, led the American League in home runs with 44, while also driving in 44 runs. In his 701 career games, he's clobbered 171 homers and added 437 RBIs. Of course, Ohtani isn't just getting paid for his hitting. In his 86 career starts on the mound, he's posted a 38-win, 19-loss record, an ERA of 3.01, 608 strikeouts. There just aren't players like him, they say. And the Dodgers paid up to get his rather unique two-way skill set. You know, and that's, you think of pitchers. Pitchers are there to pitch. Not often. I mean, how often are pitchers known for their hitting skills, their batting skills? Not very often. They broke down the top 10 largest contracts in all of sports. Now that Ohtani has accepted a fleet of Brinks trucks from Los Angeles. That's what he's going to need come payday. Wow. It is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Monday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA News Update. Top Democratic leaders are condemning a Texas Supreme Court's decision.
The decision was about denying a woman an emergency abortion despite a fatal fetal anomaly. The woman had initially been granted a restraining order to proceed with the abortion, but on Friday, the state's high court put a hold on that ruling, compelling her to continue the pregnancy.
Hunter Biden accused Republicans of attempting to use him to destroy his father's presidency during a podcast interview. Biden, who recently faced tax crime charges in California, claimed that Republicans are targeting him to cause pain that would be challenging for his father, the president, to handle. The eastern U.S. bracing for heavy rain, wind, even some snow. Parts of New York and New England were under storm watches through the weekend and through tonight, with winds up to 40 miles per hour. Some of those storms could last into the early Monday morning hours. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion, with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hello to Eskimo Mom. I know she's up and at 'em because she's sent me several news items over the past hour from her neck of the woods. One of which was out of Shelby County, where an earthquake occurred over the weekend, early Saturday morning, just after midnight. It was a 3.0 between Wapakoneta and Sydney, Ohio. According to the U.S. Geological Survey, it occurred just west of Jackson Center, Ohio. According to people who felt the quake, it lasted about 10 seconds. Geological Survey says the Auglaize Fault Line and the Anna-Champaign Fault Line are in the area where this quake occurred. Stress building up along those fault lines, of course, causing the quake. Quake's not very common in this area. 40 earthquakes, they say, have occurred in the last 145 years between Mercer, Auglaize, Shelby, and Allen counties. The U.S. Geological Survey website shows some concentrated areas where people felt the quake. About 70 had already made reports saying they felt it. And you can always make those reports, usgs.gov. Spokesman for the Shelby County Sheriff's Office said they felt the quake at the Sheriff's Office. No injuries or property damage. 3.0, it's not a big deal, but spokesperson with the Ohio DOT actually shared a video from a traffic camera along Interstate 75 in Sydney. The camera caught the moment. And you can catch that when you see the shaking on the camera there. All right, thanks for sharing, Eskimo Mom. I think it was Rubber Duck that shared this past day via Facebook. And you kind of can't help but wonder, we saw the ongoing contract negotiations with the big three. Yeah, the big pay increases, right? A win for the United Auto Workers. Stellantis, the parent company of Jeep, announcing plans to lay off up to 1,225 workers at the Toledo Assembly Complex late last week. About a month after they reached the new contract with the UAW members that most analysts hailed as a victory for workers. Part of the new contract, the use of so-called temporary workers will change. At the Toledo plant, Stellantis said in their late Thursday announcement they're going to transition from an alternative work schedule to a traditional two-shift operation, and that will lead to the loss of jobs. Layoffs could include up to 1,225 employees, according to a company spokesperson. According to the WARN notice from Stellantis, 1,094 of those layoffs are supplemental employees. The remaining 131 are production operators and team members. Also affected is the Mack Assembly Complex in Detroit, which will transition from a 3-shift operation to a 2-shift operation. Layoffs are also expected there, because both of these changes will result in job losses effective as early as February 5 of 24. The company will issue warn notices. Well, that would have been on Friday, this past Friday, to the respective state and local governments, as well as the UAW. Although warn may not ultimately be acceptable to these job losses, out of an abundance of caution, we're taking this action to give employees notice, even if not legally required. It's a scary time when you hear something like that. UAW Local 12 President Bruce Baumhauer said they're going to lay off 1,100 people, and it's our job to make sure it doesn't happen. Well, when asked by WTOL if these layoffs are 100% going to happen, Baumhauer says, I'm saying no. I'm saying we're going to put pressure on the company. We've talked to them about it. We want you to offer layoffs to senior people who might enjoy taking the summer off, and let these new hires begin their careers as full-time employees. That's our position, and we're not moving from it. Now, Toledo's mayor weighed into the layoffs with a statement that said, through ongoing conversations with Stellantis and the UAW, we anticipate there will be changes at the Jeep plant following the recent contract negotiations. Jeep is and will continue to be a top employer and essential to Toledo's economy. As we learn more about this developing situation, we will work with our partners, including Lucas County and Ohio Means Jobs, to provide assistance to affected workers. U.S. Representative Marcy Kaptur of Toledo also provided a statement. The harsh news about potential layoffs of 1,000 plus at the Jeep Stellantis plant in Toledo was deeply troubling. I'm pleased that the UAW has been working to derail the harsh actions proposed by the company. Hard-fought protections gained at the bargaining table will hold the plant over while efforts to meet emission goals continue. Together, the company, the UAW, and all levels of government made great efforts to keep these jobs in the Great Lakes heartland. Now, the supply chain exists where the automotive heart of the nation strongly beats. Looks like this could turn into a battle, but let's see. This is a devastating news for auto workers at the Toledo Assembly Complex and their families right before the holidays. Senator Sherrod Brown says, I'm deeply frustrated. Stellantis made this decision at a time when the company's making record profits. I'm pushing to get more details. We'll keep fighting to ensure any laid-off workers get the support and benefits they need. But as we know, the new contract included a 25% pay raise over the life of the contract for both hourly and salaried employees, reinstating of the pre-2009 cost of living adjustments, a 3-year wage progression, and that lands top pay over $42 an hour, while effectively ending long-term temp jobs and wage tiers. Plus, members got a $5,000 bonus. Now, after the contentious strike against the Big Three, Toledo's Jeep workers, the first to be called to the picket line by the UAW leadership, they remained on strike for 6 weeks before that deal was finally struck. Now, there's about 5,500 unionized workers at the Toledo plant. Now, Stellantis workers overall voted to approve the contract proposal last month, but Toledo's local number 12 there, which represents that Jeep assembly complex, actually rejected the deal by a vote of about 55% to 45%. ramifications. It is 844-844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines coming up here. See what's going on with 5-7 as we start the new week. Hey there.
Hey, yeah, things are going pretty good right now, but on my southerly trip on South Carolina Highway 321, it runs out of Allendale down into Savannah. Got out through here yesterday, and I mean the road was absolutely covered with pine needles and leaves. You couldn't even see the road. It was just. But oddly enough, it must have been gusts because I wasn't getting any. I wasn't feeling it in the truck, but man, it was just blowing. Especially got through wooded sections, and what I have worried about is. People coming at you that don't realize that's when the road, you can't see the road, you got all that out there like that. That's just like ice. So if anybody tried to get their brake or turn in front of you or something like that, it's right there, tree come down, and somebody cut that out of the way. I've been down through here. I didn't hit that one, but on further down the road towards Tillman, there's a truck sitting in the middle of the travel lane. There's no shoulder to get on out here. You break down, you throw your ankles out, hope for the best. But he hit the tree that I did dodge down there earlier, or late last night. I can tell you the storm made it here, and I don't know how long. It looks like it's barely drizzling right now, so I can't say it's rain. I mean, it's just been drizzle for me. So, other than that, go Navy, beat Army. Did you catch the game?
I did not catch the game, but Army won that game, right?
No, they didn't.
No?
Now, let's see if they can hold it 14 years like Navy did. and at the end of the day, they all got to go sleep in their ditches, foxholes, Navy gets to go back to their ships with the white sheets, 3 meals a day plus mid-rats. Coffee just about anywhere on the ship you want to go. So. But, no, that was I'm so glad that the defense and the offensive line finally showed up right towards the end of the game. I mean, you sit there and watch. My coach would have killed me if I hadn't covered I was right tackle. My job was to cover the right tackle on defensive tackle and move him out of the way. If he's supposed to go left or I was supposed to move him right, and the coach would make sure that you did it or you didn't hold that position. I sat there and watched. I actually watched a right tackle move right and let his man come right through to the quarterback. So the Navy quarterback didn't have a whole lot of time to maneuver down there through almost all that game. If they would have played most of the game like they played, I guess, like they don't have nothing to lose, and they stuck with naval air power, I think they'd have done a whole lot better. But shoot, you had Army standing down in the infield, waiting forever to get a catch and ball, and you had nobody covering him. So that. I'd say the Navy gave it to him. Other than the one time they come up there and knocked the ball out of the quarterback's hand. That was legit. That was cool. But, hey, at the end of the day, we're all one force. But go Navy, beat Army. There's another game
next
coming.
Year. Next time.
Yeah, that's right. But they got to hold it 14 years to meet the Navy record. You know what I'm saying? So, other than that, it's 5-7. We're going to see what kind of weather we're going to have for the rest of the night. But it's definitely not boring out here tonight.
Well, be careful. Watch for those down trees, right? Yeah, final score was Army 17, Navy 11. In what was the 124th meeting, the Army-Navy game Saturday. Okay. There's always next year. And it's a Monday, 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
And hello to Wheelchair Dave. I know he's out there listening in. Also sending me a bunch of racing news. Lots of stuff going on. Hope you had a good weekend there, Wheelchair Dave. Thanks for checking in. Sac City, Iowa, where we did get an update over the past weekend from the sheriff's first update in more than a week on the missing truck driver from Wall Lake, missing since November 21. In a news release, the county sheriff, Ken McClure, and the Iowa Division of Criminal Investigation has assisted with a forensic search of Schultz's phone and confirmed the missing man has not legally gone through a U.S. border crossing to leave the country. This is the 53-year-old married truck driver, father of two, left home about the evening of November 20, picked up the load of pigs near Eagle Grove to deliver them in Sac City. Wife reported him missing the next afternoon, shortly before his truck was found without him inside. Last time he was seen on an Iowa DOT camera was on Highway 20 west of the mile marker 126 Visitor Center near Fort Dodge, which is between Eagle Grove and Sac City. His intended route, he was heading west. But at 3:04 p.m. on the 21st, a Sac County Secondary Roads employee called in a truck parked in the travel portion of the road, a few miles north of Highway 20 in Sac City. Reported the semi had been sitting there since the early morning. Responding deputies determined that it was David Schultz. The semi was off. Inside, deputies found his wallet, his cell phone. Driver's license was in the wallet. The investigators would later learn that nothing was missing from the wallet. After which, county investigators searched the area on foot with a police dog, then requested assistance from the Iowa State Patrol Air Wing unit, where a pilot flew the surrounding area, did not detect any sort of a heat signature that would be consistent with a person. For the next 2 days, law enforcement, area firefighters, and volunteers fanned out, expanding the ground search, also using drones. Nothing. To further the search, Sac County Sheriff's detectives and Lakeview Police traveled to the Eagle Grove area in Wright County, and with the help of the county sheriff's office there, found the hog confinement where Schultz picked up his load of pigs. Crew members were interviewed. The load records were obtained. Investigators learned that Schultz had picked up his load, but had been late to arrive, and he was the last truck loaded. Left about 10 before 11 in the evening on November the 20th. At some point in his journey, cell phone data showed Schultz traveling to the intersection of Highway 20 and Highway 71 junction. Cell phone data shows his phone arrives at Highway 20 and 71 about 12:18 a.m. Data shows the phone traveling north to where the truck was found. The truck may have been there since 12:40 a.m. on the 21st. Video surveillance from area businesses obtained near the Weekman hog buying station, the facility where he was to deliver his load. Video shows that Schultz never made it to Weekman's. Law enforcement searched for additional video footage from Eagle Grove to Fort Dodge, but has not located any. Since his disappearance, of course, the United Cajun Navy, the Louisiana-based nonprofit, and volunteers scouring more than 100,000 acres in and around Sac City. In addition to Sac County, Lakeview, Iowa DCI, and Wright County law enforcement, the State Patrol, and Minneapolis police have all helped look for him. His wife, Sarah, has repeatedly called the disappearance suspicious, saying that this is not something David would do. He would never leave his family and his life. She last saw her husband at about 7:30 p.m. on November the 20th. She said he'd been working all day and asked her to grab him a change of clothes. He had to do another seaboard load for Eagle Grove to Sac City, she said. He just washed up and changed, gave me a kiss, and out the door. He was always in a hurry. Sarah said David was eager to get his work done so he could get back home, since her daughter and grandson were visiting from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. However, on the morning of the 21st, Schultz found the man whom David hauls livestock for on her doorstep. He said, "Have you talked to David?" And she recalls, "I said no." He said, "Well, nobody can get a hold of him. The pigs haven't been dropped off yet." And that's pretty much it. The update over the weekend from the sheriff's office there. The mystery continues. Our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Monday. It's making news in various cities around Ohio on the heels of recently occurring. It was California. The last week, I believe it was Texas, where you've got school districts, an email threat. Now, as we start the new week in the state of Ohio, including Cincinnati, I know the Dayton area, coming from an account claiming to be a Russian terrorist organization under investigation by the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Now, we got a statement from the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. I believe that's up in the Dayton area, right? The Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, in addition to various local jurisdictions, have been alerted to an email threat targeting multiple schools, not only in this county, but throughout the state. The email threats disseminated to a number of schools. Now, they're saying, as of now, there's no evidence supporting the credibility of the threats. No imminent danger has been identified for any of the schools. Nevertheless, the situation is being treated with the utmost seriousness. All necessary precautions are being taken to ensure the safety of students, faculty, and staff. Montgomery County Sheriff said the safety and security of our educational institutions are of utmost importance. We're closely working with our federal and local partners to thoroughly investigate these email threats and ensure the safety of our schools. Now, parents, students, school staff encouraged to stay informed through official channels, including updates from local law enforcement agencies and school authorities. We urge members of the community to remain vigilant, reporting suspicious activities related to these threats to your local police department. As I mentioned, schools in Texas received a similar threat on Friday. Law enforcement investigated. There was no imminent threat found. It's not clear which schools. They haven't clarified which schools in Ohio have been targeted, but I know a number of them. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Heavy fighting is reported in southern Gaza as Israel's military continues to pound suspected Hamas targets. The fighting has intensified since the U.S. vetoed a UN call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says he discussed efforts to meet the humanitarian needs in Gaza in a meeting with Arab leaders on Friday. Blinken's comments come as Israel pushes forward with its deadly assault on the southern Gaza Strip. The White House is approving an emergency arms sale to Israel. According to the State Department, the U.S. will sell roughly 14,000 tank artillery rounds to Israel for just over $106 million. The agency cited a provision in the Arms Export Control Act that allows it to bypass Congress in approving the sale. The release said the State Department notified Congress and an emergency exists that requires the immediate sale of arms to Israel. Dollar General is changing course regarding self-checkouts.
CEO Todd Vasos mentioned during an earnings call that the company had leaned excessively on self-checkout systems in stores. Reports from Retail Dive indicate that Dollar General heavily invested in this technology in 2022, installing it in over half of its nearly 20,000 stores. Presently, the stores are reallocating workers to man the checkout counters. Vasos highlights that this shift aids sales by fostering human interaction and reducing wait times at the counters. I'm John Schaefer.
LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels is the 2023 Heisman Trophy winner.
On Saturday, Daniels was named this year's recipient of the award given to the player who's been voted best player in college football. Daniels passed for 40 touchdowns and rushed for 10 more as he rang up nearly 5,000 total yards during his senior year season. This year's Heisman ceremony was held Saturday night at Lincoln Center in New York City.
That's Skip Kelly reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after a tornado ripped through Middle Tennessee. 3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured. A suspect, Rafael Govia Romero, has been arrested and charged with capital murder in the killing of Texas high school cheerleader Elizabeth Medina. Medina's body was discovered in the bathtub of her Edna home by her mother on Tuesday. Romero was arrested in Schulenburg, Texas, about 75 miles north of Edna, and taken to the Jackson County Jail. Medina, 16, was supposed to perform at a Christmas parade in Edna on Tuesday, but when she didn't show up, her mother found her unresponsive at their apartment. Slowly but surely, the race to the White House is heating up. Laura Winters has more.
To the 2024 race for the White House, a new poll from the Wall Street Journal finds former President Trump beating President Biden 47% to 43% if the election were held today. Biden busy campaigning in California, the state where his son Hunter is facing 9 new tax charges, including 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors. The feds say Hunter made $7 million, the majority of the money from Burisma, and didn't pay taxes on it.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Here we go. Round number 2 as we close out the weekend and time zone to time zone. Make our way into the 11th day of December. And yes, indeed, stormy night for the Northeast in particular. High winds, heavy rains, threats of flooding, power outages through the Monday morning commute. Flood watch is in effect. New York, New Jersey, Connecticut, southern New England through Monday. National Weather Service said 3 to 5 inches of rain expected across portions of Long Island and southern Connecticut. Other areas in line for 2 to 3. Wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour. Forecast including New York City, where the Metropolitan Transportation Authority announced a ban on empty tractor trailers and tandem trucks for a 12-hour period that started 6 o'clock this past evening, so until 6 a.m. this Monday morning. Again, a ban on empty tractor trailers and tandem trucks. New York Mayor Eric Adams activating the city's flash flood emergency plan. We're preparing for the heaviest rains, strongest winds Sunday night into Monday morning. As we speak, that means everyone should take the necessary precautions to protect themselves and their belongings in the event of potential flooding conditions, especially those low-lying areas. So this is some serious stuff, he said. New York's governor also said state agencies were standing by with generators, portable heaters, chainsaws, and other equipment to respond as we get the new week underway. All right. Our number, 844-844-3388. How was your weekend? Good morning, Hillbilly.
Good morning, Steve. How are we doing today?
Hanging with them. Hey, I got most of the Christmas stuff done. Of course, last weekend I did the outside. This weekend it was about inside decorating. Good Lord.
Here, say, it was a good weekend to do that. The way the weather was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, Saturday night, we kind of spent the evening there calling family members from Hendersonville, Tennessee, and finally got hold of all of them. They were all good. Their houses weren't damaged, but it got close to them.
Really?
But my prayers to them, yeah. Well, it wasn't my immediate family. It was my wife's aunt and her husband family. So, but we finally got hold of them. They were all good. And just kind of got a little hairy for a little bit. Did they ever figure out what exploded? That tornado hit that made that big explosion?
I had not.
Did you see that video?
I did not. Have not seen that, no.
There's several videos of it. I don't know if it was a gas station or what, but it was a big old fireball that went up when that tornado went through there. So, but I mean, it was a impressive explosion, if you know what I'm saying.
Really?
Yeah. So
I'm looking. I'm doing a
I
quick.
didn't see nothing on news today.
Doing a quick search here. It says Tennessee tornado causes electrical explosion.
You seen all the sparks and the green flashes. This was a fireball. So if you look up that video, you can definitely see it's definitely flames coming up, not electrical.
Okay.
But oh well. What about our Bengals? They're looking pretty good again.
That was quite the surprise. Now I had to hit the hay. I mean, I did make it into the third quarter, and I guess we ended up going back to A.J. McCarron. What was the prognosis on Browning at the end of the day? Do you know?
I don't know. Me and the wife went up to Florence at the third quarter to go to Kroger's and get food for the week. So I don't know. I didn't know he got hurt. So I don't know either. I didn't know about that. He was looking pretty good there. I mean, only through that one mistake, that pick six, but other than that, I thought he did a good job. I didn't know about him getting hurt. I guess I'll find out later on today. So the Eagles finally lost one.
I think that's 2 in a row, if memory serves. I do believe, yeah.
Oh, I got you. How did Kansas City doing? I was kind of following that game toward the end. I had to take a nap.
Let me see. I got the list of scores in front of me here. Where are we looking for? Kansas City Chiefs. They lost to the Bills 2017.
Oh, I lost 2 or 3 of them this year.
That's definitely 2 in a row, maybe 3 for the Chiefs.
Right. I got you. I know all the Bengals fans are going to be doing a lot of watching the TV and all other scores for the next couple of weeks. See if we get the wild card. I know they gave us so many scenarios there. I'm confused on how that can go.
Yeah, I mean, right now, technically the Bengals are at the bottom of the division. Tied with the Steelers with a 7-6 record, but.
Right. All righty. Well, I'm fixing to jump off here to get my fuel, so I want to let you go, Steve.
Well, thank you for checking in. Appreciate it. Let me break down some of those scores around the NFL. It was the Patriots. Patriots win. How? What? 21-18 final over the Steelers, which again have the Steelers and the Bengals thing locked up with a record of 7 wins, 6 losses on the season. But the Steelers have beat the Bengals, so. What do we got? Jets over the Texans, 30-6, the final. Ravens downing the Rams, 37-31. Saints taking care of the Panthers, 28-6. That was, honestly, a surprise. Bengals over the Colts, 34-14, the final there. Tampa Bay downing the Falcons, 29-25. Browns hang on to beat the Jaguars, 31-27. It was the Bears over the Lions, 28-13. 49ers over the Seahawks, 28-16. Talk about a low-scoring game. Vikings over the Raiders, 3-0. Final score. Nothing but a field goal in the entire game. Wow. How often does that happen? Broncos down in the Chargers, 24-7. As we mentioned, Bills over the Chiefs, 2017. Cowboys taking care of business over those Eagles, 33-13. It is a Monday Night Football doubleheader tonight as the Giants will face off against the Packers, Dolphins to take on the Titans. Week number 14 of 18. Our number, 844-844-3388. Morning, Dingbat. Happy Monday.
Happy Monday. How are you?
Doing well. Greatest day of the week, right?
Why did Monday come so fast? But you're talking about that storms. It rolled through us Saturday morning per se. And I've never once seen a ramp close. Like, they grounded all the planes. It was kind of interesting, but it was really serious. They told everybody get in a safe place quickly.
So that was
Memphis International.
So that's the big FedEx hub, right? How many flights come in there every day? Tons of them.
Yeah, the World Hub. Yeah, it was quite interesting because I just got off lunch break around 3:15, and 15 minutes after I clock in, it rolled in.
Now, how far?
I know Braindead was in it.
You guys are the miss. So you got. I guess you got lucky that you got in it kind of early in the day before things really. But I guess between you and by the time it got to Nashville, things had really ramped up.
Right. Yeah, it just barely missed us, and as it went up east, it just intensified.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just want to check in. I know Braindead will be calling in, so he's chasing groceries. You know how he is.
Working. It should probably be pretty busy for him the next few weeks. People getting ready for their Christmas dinners.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I know we're ready for Christmas to be over.
Over? We're still putting decorations up, and I'm thinking we're way behind this year. I'm thinking, the wife keeps wanting to do more and more. I said, honey, we're just going to take all this comes down in 3 weeks. Come on.
Well, you can play the sick card. I can't do it anymore, babe.
Yeah, she's got my number on that. All right, Dingbat. Well, hey, good to hear from you. Thanks for checking. I'm glad y'all came through safely there in the Memphis area, but so that at one point they had a complete ground stop there. All right, I did a quick search there on Bengals quarterback. Yeah, it seems like the Bengals just can't catch a break when it comes to quarterback injuries. Late in Week 14 against the Colts yesterday. The backup, Jake Browning, left the game with a thumb injury. Immediately went to the locker room. That's where I had to get some rest. It was already like 3 p.m. Third stringer A.J. McCarron entered the game with a 28-14 lead and would be full-blown starter in future weeks if Browning needed to miss. Yeah, Browning, fresh off the Week 13 outburst Monday night in place of Joe Burrow, had thrown 2 touchdowns, rushed for another with his lone interception, a pick 6, before exiting the game. I guess the update later in the day was Browning suffered cramps in his throwing hand and did eventually return. Okay, so that was good news. It is 17 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, it's that time of year. If you're going to be traveling, especially out west, where you've got the higher elevations, the mountain passes, places where you might have mandatory chain-up required, you need to be prepared. Very early in the winter conditions, apparently many drivers are not. We shared the story last week of approximately 30 trucks stuck on Snoqualmie because they had failed to properly chain up. I think it was No Handle Dave that shared this one with me. This guy's got to get I don't know. I guess maybe he gets an E for effort, but a DA nomination. When driving in winter weather, it's not only essential to carry tire chains, but make sure ahead of time they are the right size for your tires. Driver in Washington State was given a hefty fine last week when it was discovered they not only had improperly fitting chains, but he used a rather dangerous method to, attempt to fix the issue in the form of a USB cord. You know, like the cord you would use to plug in your smartphone, a USB. Washington State Patrol troopers spotted the vehicle along I-90's Snoqualmie Pass as heavy snow fell in the mountains. Driver had chains that were too small. He used a USB cord to attempt to remedy the issue. Trooper Rick Johnson says, not acceptable. And it wasn't cheap. Johnson told Fox the driver was given a $500 ticket for not carrying proper chains. Although, like the cord, they were not charged. One of many traffic issues troopers and Washington State DOT personnel faced with a heavy snowstorm hitting that popular travel link between western and eastern Washington as many other drivers ignored the traction, tire, and chain warnings. At one point, The entire pass was closed for hours last Thursday evening with multiple spinouts. Yeah, Washington DOT posted via their X account. Come on, folks, you can do better than this. We're closed eastbound I-90, 47 west of the summit due to vehicles not obeying the traction tire requirements, spinning out, blocking lanes. Please obey the tire requirements and know before you go. Now, it was last week, Snoqualmie picked up about 15 inches of snow Thursday night. More snow was anticipated over the past weekend, where they were forecasting 8 to 12 inches of new snow there at Snoqualmie, the whole atmospheric river thing. It was supposed to change over to a bit of freezing rain this past morning. Know before you go is what they say. But the Grump, what do you say?
Know before you go. You know, I'm glad you talked about that, because that was kind of something I wanted to talk about tonight. You know, we have so damn many visa drivers over here right now. And why in the world they're bringing people up out of the Congo and out of Zimbabwe and places like that has never seen snow in their freaking lives. You know, they prop their ass in front of a TV and send them to YouTube University and say, this is what it's like to drive a truck in adverse conditions, and they think they're experts. They have no clue how to chain up or anything else. It's just, they have no really reasoning behind slick roads. I mean, some of these people have never been on anything other than, hot pavement.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it just blows my damn mind. And then you got these other morons that sit there, if they talk that crap. Well, if you got to chain up, you don't need to be out here. Well, look, people, you're paid by the mile. If you want to make any money, and most of the time when you chain up, it's only for 5 or 6 miles. It's not like when I was running up Alaska and places like that where you chain up and you run them for 400 miles. It just blows my mind right now how we have so many damn drivers over here that just don't have a clue anymore. It's, I wish that the DOT would go back to the demographics of drivers, back to where they was naming the causation of accidents, and for carriers and things like that, their experience levels and things like that. They just, they refuse to make that public, number one, because if you look at the people that are having the accidents, I mean a lot of accidents. Normally, like in the 10 years that I ran across Wyoming every week, back and forth. I'd go out on Monday, back on Thursday. And it's just mind-boggling, Steve, that the people that are having these damn accidents and things like that were all new kids that had no clue. They'd overdrive their experience, number one. They had no training in snow. And the majority of them were visa drivers. They come over here driving a damn truck. Big companies has turned this industry into something that Americans will not do. It's just, I don't know. They create this false narrative, number one, that there's this big driver shortage.
Mm-hmm.
Just because they buy 1,000 extra damn trucks in the good times don't mean they're going to fill them seats in the bad times, and that doesn't create a driver shortage. That creates a freight shortage. It's just, I don't know, man. I tell you, this industry, I've been in it now 30 something years, and I got in it because I love what I do. But every day it seems like we're just chipping away, giving away another part of this country. Look at all the Asian drivers that are here now, right out of, coming out of China. I mean, they're driving trucks here. I was talking to a couple of them the other day there that were trying to ask me directions into a place where I was going to, and it just I couldn't communicate with these cats, man. They just, their GPS is in Chinese, their e-log is in Chinese, and then when you get to the scale or something like that, they can go bilingual or whatever in the hell they do. But it's ridiculous that people sit around here on their hands and everything and just, saying, well, hell, this country, we don't manufacture anything. We don't do this. Hell, we don't do anything anymore. You know, when they've created this ability for foreigners to come over here, you know, and say, well, hell, we need drivers, so let's bring them in. You know, look at the Bollywood commercials. I mean, get on YouTube and look at some of them trucking commercials that's coming out of India. I mean, they glamorize this like it's the best thing since you know, pepperoni pizza, and these dumbasses will come over here driving a truck and stuff, and, you know, they got their visas and stuff. But the thing about it is once they have an accident or something like that, you know, they're rarely held accountable for any damn thing. They just send them home. You know, hey, you're getting this one back, bring us another one. You know, this kind of thing. If we ever went to an hourly rate, you know, I'm going to always work off percentage because I'm an owner-operator. I own my truck. You know, that's what I prefer, is working off percentages. But if they ever went to company drivers, every company, you know, having an hourly rate and things like that, paying guys for what they actually do instead of, you know, sitting at a damn dock for 3 or 4 hours and say, all right, you got to give them the first 3 hours, then we'll pay you, you know, $12 an hour or whatever the hell it is. And then you find out the company's, you know, getting a chunk of that because it's their truck. You know, it just, I don't know, man. I tell you what, it's like this industry takes one step forward and 2 steps back at every highway bill. And I don't know. I'm about half sick of it. I am. And then, you know, to top it all off, you know, every driver out here, you know, old veterans and stuff that's been out here for a while, you know, veteran drivers, you know, you get flashed once in a while. There'll be some old gal come up beside you, you know, and everything, and open that shirt up, you know, and just her showing her gratitude. Dude, let me tell you something. I need some damn therapy after what happened to me coming across.
Oh yeah,
yesterday.
All right, I got a hold there. Yeah, because we got to get the rest of the story. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. The president and CEO of Save the Children says it's impossible for her staff in Gaza to work in a safe and quality way.
So we're really running out of words to describe how bad it is.
Yonti Soripto said on CBS's Face the Nation, humanitarian organizations cannot safely deliver aid because of attacks and shelling. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon.
Actor Ryan O'Neal has died. O'Neal was nominated for Best Actor Oscar in 1970 for his role in Love Story and was nominated for a Golden Globe for his 1973 film Paper Moon, which also starred his daughter Tatum O'Neal. Ryan O'Neal died Friday afternoon at the age of 82. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matoush firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, we'll get back with the rest of the story with Grump here. But he's talking some trucking issues. Not sure if he's aware or not, the House Transportation and Infrastructure Committee are going to hold a hearing this week on the implementation of the 2021 Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Remember that bill? Hearing entitled Oversight of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, Model Perspectives, is scheduled for 10 a.m. Eastern this Wednesday morning, December 13. Robin Hutchison, administrator of the FMCSA, is expected to be one of the witnesses. Of course, in 2021, Congress passed and Biden signed the $1.2 trillion infrastructure package aimed at investing in communities and growing the economy at the time. The statement at the time said, this plan will rebuild America's roads, bridges, and rails, expand access to clean drinking water, ensure every American has access to high-speed internet, tackle the climate crisis, advance environmental justice, and invest in communities that have too often been left behind. After the bill was signed into law, OOIDA provided members with a bit of an outline of some of the trucking provisions that were included in the bill. Now, there were some trucker-friendly provisions, like the creation of the Truck Leasing Task Force, aimed at stopping predatory programs. But there were also several provisions that we oppose, like the requirement for the DOT to create automatic emergency braking system requirements. They are scheduled to release a final ruling on that the automatic emergency braking. Sometime they bumped that to April of next year now. This hearing, they say, will give lawmakers on the committee a chance to ask Hutchinson about the AEB ruling, as well as several others that are planned by the FMCSA in the coming year. She actually mentioned some of those rulemakings, including speed limiters, at the Midwest Commercial Vehicle Summit in November. She also used her time to talk about their focus on eliminating the root causes of truck crashes, including problems with detention time and predatory lease purchase agreements. And there's a number of others on the list, but I don't know if they appropriated that in 2021. Have they done anything with those funds at this point? I can't help but wonder. But welcome back, Grump.
Yeah. No, I was telling you about my little incident here, and it's, every once in a while you'll see somebody, a car will pull up beside you and some lady will be like, hey, I don't know if she's just an exhibitionist or likes to, show her appreciation to the truck drivers, in her own form. But, man, I'll tell you what, this car pulls up, and I'm running 70 mile an hour, and I races up and flies around me and almost hits the damn barrier and comes pulling up. And this is an older car, junky-looking thing, and ladies are waving at me, and I thought, well, hell, I got something wrong with my truck or something, and she's waving, and all of a sudden she just rips her shirt open. And I'm like, and the guy that's driving, he's just about as old as Methuselah, and he's laying down, and he's waving and carrying on and stuff like that. Ladies, I don't want to sound unappreciative or anything like that, but if your boobs look like billy clubs with nipples on them, keep the damn things covered up, because I'm not interested. I'm not serious. And this guy's waving, and I'm thinking, what the hell are you happy about? You make balloon animals out of these damn things or what? I mean, and I had to hit the brakes, Steve. It was like, damn, let me get on the brake, because I'm tired of looking at it. Just kept honking the horn and waving and stuff, and I was like, gee, my name, Christmas, what the hell did I do to deserve this? I said, this is why I don't buy lottery tickets right here, because if it was raining naked women, I'd step outside and get hit by some damn gay guy. My luck out here anymore has just been horrible. And I like, gee, man, Christmas, what the hell? It couldn't be some blonde bombshell or something like that with something,
Right.
Really
where's Christy Brinkley when you need her?
Man, it'd be like, wow, hey, show me some love, Christy. God, and my God, yeah, it was quite the experience there. Hell, I might need some therapy after that. I don't know, but yeah, that highway bill, that was all that money they said was going for the highway. It's going to create all these damn jobs and everything, and how much of that bill has been in the courts right now because of all the unconstitutional things that they were doing with this damn Clean Air Act and the rest of this stuff.
EPA stuff. Yep.
I was looking at a lot of that, and we got the dumbest damn people in the highest places that I've ever seen in my life. Look at Buttigieg. What the hell? Why would buy? He was just going down I need a gay guy here, so let's put him over here at DOT. Yeah, I need this goofy-looking thing, this transvestite fat person. All right, that's going to be whatever the
health secretary
Levine is. Health secretary. Which now that's something right there. That's an oxy-damn-moron. They look at telling that thing is going to tell us what our health is like. How we can better our health. Oh God. Joe Biden, man, I'll tell you what, I've seen some brain dead people in my life. Just literally, I don't know, people in high places and why they're elected. It's just like, hell, name recognition, stuff like that. Joe Biden is the biggest failure that this country's ever going to see. They like talking a lot of trash about Donald Trump and everything, but, when you go back over everything Trump did, he started getting the wall built. Illegal aliens coming across the border were down next to nothing. It was the lowest in the last 50 years, for what he's done. And my biggie was him telling NATO to get off their sorry asses and start paying. I spent 12 years in NATO, when I was in the military, and And the hell, they don't pay anything. I mean, they expect they'll shoot their mouth off about America, but then again they step out and hey, American taxpayers, can you help us out? We give more damn money away than any country I've ever seen. Why? We got so much here at this place right here in the United States of America to get fixed. Dragging people out of homelessness and things like that, try to get them straightened out. We could do a hell of a lot. Our Social Security would be a hell of a lot better off. I mean, every time you turn around, you got some dumbass politician talking about, well, Social Security is going to be insolvent here in the next 5 years, or something like that. Well, hell, if you'd quit funding Ukraine and all these dumbass places and bombing places and then go over there and build their damn infrastructure back up and everything like that, our seniors would be making $10,000 a damn month. We put in that kind of money into our tax system. But yet we got these fools in the White House and Congress, 535 idiots up there that just can't get it. They just can't pull it off, the fact that this country, we work our asses off for our country. We try to live by our Constitution, not by somebody else's. And then they got that putrid bunch of UN morons that's popping out saying, Americans need to quit eating beef. Oh, yeah? I'll tell you what they can do. They can kiss my damn all-American ass. I'm a beef eater, and that's just all they're going to make of it. I don't give a rat. I haul it. I'm not going to put up with that, garbage from. I mean, who in the hell cares what some idiot from the UN says? These are the same people that get 10, 11 damn DUIs that nothing ever happens to them because they're granted immunity as soon as they step foot on the United States if they're with the UN. I mean, we get our immunity overseas also, our military and certain extent. But hell, who was it? Barack Obama that was going to allow the prosecution of some of our overseas guys that was over in Germany or some damn where had a car wreck, somebody died or something like that. He was going to allow that prosecution to go forward. Well, that'd set a hell of a precedence, wouldn't it? I mean, just I don't know, man. They just got their priorities wrong. Everybody that votes ought to be calling their congressman and say, listen, stupid, you start working on me before you start, tinkering with Ukraine and places like that. We fix our stuff before we go fixing somebody else's. If you blow somebody else's stuff up, leave it alone. Maybe the bastards won't, they'll smarten up and say, well, last time they didn't build us that school I was hoping we'd get because we screwed with them, We'll just leave them alone from now on. I don't know, man. I just, it's mind-boggling. It really is how we can fork over so much money in our taxes, upwards to 50% of your income, when you figure it up, sales tax, property tax, income tax, all this other crap that goes into it, FET, all this other stuff. When you figure all this up, what do we get out of it? Nothing. Not a damn thing. We got illegals hopping across the border right now, and what are they doing for them? They're giving them a bus ticket to wherever the hell they want to go, a cell phone. Hey, we'll call you when we want you to show up for court, like they're going to listen to that crap. And then a $1,100 Visa card, to help them out with expenses. Then they go to HUD, and HUD, you try to rent a house anymore. It's next to impossible in big cities to rent a damn house because HUD is taking them over and renting them out to damn illegals or paying the bill for them. I'm just sick of it, man. I am. I don't know when it's going to ever end. Well, the only way it's going to end is to get another like-minded Trump in there that says, hell with this. Let's instead of giving them court dates, let's just give them bus tickets and send their ass right back into Mexico. I mean, that would be the best gift that you could give America right now would be just say, hey, back across the border your ass goes. Knock on the damn door or ring the bell if you want to come over here. I mean, there's a lot of things that we could be doing right now. And this, they got these little keywords like, we got to have comprehensive immigration reform. No, enforce the freaking laws. We don't need any more immigration reform. We have enough immigrants that's coming here, wanting to come here legally. Enforce the damn laws. These morons that are hopping across the border looking for their 40 acres and a freaking mule, and you got some old bastard in the White House named Joe Biden that's going, yeah, they're entitled to that. No, they're not. No, they're across the damn border and going about our day. You know, I mean, my God. You know, if you quit giving handouts, people won't expect them. They'll just keep their butts at home. You know, as bad as I hate Mitt Romney, he kind of had the right idea. You know, saying starve them out. You know, don't let, you know, pass E-Verify, pass all this other stuff that monitors illegals when they come into the country. Don't give them a damn thing. Don't let them rent houses. Don't give them driver's license. Don't give them anything. They'll go back home. They look at this place and they're like, well, you guys ain't going to help me. No, go. Get the hell out of here. We got enough stuff on our plate. You know how it is, buddy. But, you know, anyway, that's my rant for the night.
There's the Grump. All right. Well, good to hear from you. All ready for Christmas?
No. You know, I'll probably be working. Nah, hell no. We buy whatever we want. You know, son's growing up. You know, kids. You know, no little kids around anymore. Just we got a Christmas tree. We pull out of a box, stick it in the corner, and light it up. You know, plug it in. Hell, when it's done, we day after Christmas we jam it back in there and back in the closet it goes. You know, it's just not fun anymore. It's just, you know, I don't know. We spent so many Christmases in Germany, and I really enjoyed it over there because you had the Kindermarts and you had all these, you know, the Glühwein, you know, this hot wine that you could walk from where you stopped at. Somebody was sticking a cup of that in your hand, and you know, it was fun. You know, I mean, you had a lot of you know, the old, you know, kids would put their shoes out and stuff like that. You know, it was just a different thing. You know, and then I used to you know, light up the house. You know, hell, I'd spend, you know, a week putting lights on the house and everything. And, you know, finally when the, you know, kids got old enough where they didn't give a rat's ass, I didn't either. I was like, good. You know, it goes back to like the state fair, you know, when my son, you know, the happiest day of my life was when I used to take my son to the state fair every year, and we'd spend the whole damn day there. And he, you know, and I asked him one day, I said, you want to go to the fair? It's in town now. You know, I said, it's here. You know, you ready to go? No. I don't want to do that. And I was like, oh, God. You know, I mean, it's just one of them things. I hate to say like I'm a Grinch or anything like that, but man, it's just so damn commercialized, and you get idiots that, you know, you don't know what the hell to say anymore. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever, you know, without some damn Nazi gonna, you know, want to take a swipe at you or, you know, sue you in court for, you know, traumatizing them because you said Merry Christmas. So I don't know. You know, I know a lot of people like it, and I do too. You know, I guess I do too. But you know, I usually work during, you know, on this run I'm on, it's usually on Christmas anyway. So I'll be home Christmas Day this time. So I'll get my redneck Riviera and my guitar, and I'll go set out somewhere. Just, you know, maybe just sit there and pick a little bit and drink some whiskey and let the world go by, buddy.
There you go. All right. Well, ho ho ho.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You take care, man.
Have a good morning, Grump. He sounded a little bit like the Grinch, didn't he? All right. Hey, Mike, got you coming up here. Eagle will check in on a Monday ahead as well. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, Boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All righty, loving a Monday. Hope you had a good weekend. How was your weekend, Horse Feathers? Are you playing in the rain this morning? What's going on over there on the East Coast?
Yeah, we're definitely playing in the rain. Got some standing water and all kinds of good stuff going on here. So, yeah, anybody being up in this area here, going to be traveling this way, just watch out, because anywhere the roads can hold water on them, which a lot of them don't have much place for runoff. They're standing water in the highways. So,
yep,
I got about most all my route figured out where the high water will be in the roads. You know, the standing water is where you just got to drive down the middle of the road. You can't drive on the sides anymore because 3-4 inches of water in the road. But yeah, it's a going on. Looks like it's starting to slow down a little bit now. So it's kind of passing out of the Mid-Atlantic. I think we're handing it off there to the New England area and that. So, but yeah, I was going to ask you what happened down there around Nashville there last night, because I was listening to the replay there to the Grand Ole Opry, and they were talking about all kinds of bad things happening and people having trouble getting there, and all the roads were blocked up to try to get to the Opry. And,
yep.
And then, you know, they really didn't say what's going on outside, but they, I heard on the news and what you guys have been talking about, Hillbilly and that. So, hope the best for everybody down there. All that mess going on. So, but anyways, you know who was one of the acts on the Grand Ole Opry last night, Your Honor?
Who's that?
You probably don't listen to that very much. One of your favorite bands. It was the Marshall Tucker Band.
Oh, are you serious?
They had the Marshall Tucker Band on the Grand Ole Opry there Saturday night. There it was replay there, you know, Sunday night playing. But yeah, can you imagine that? And actually, they actually asked for some audience participation. You know how when you're at a concert and they want the audience to sing in place of them and that. You know, well, that's about the last place you want audience participations, at the Grand Ole Opry, because those people didn't go there to sing. They went there to be entertained. They didn't go there to entertain the performers. So anyways, the few that did the singing out there in the audience participation part there actually sounded better than the Marshall Tucker Band again. The music didn't sound bad, but I'm not sure how much was the Grand Ole Opry players and how much was the Marshall Tucker players there. I wasn't able to see it. I was just listening. So, but yeah, it was I don't know. It wasn't any better than what was it? Was it 2013? Was that the year that they were at the Mid-America Show?
Probably. It's been a few years, because I was sitting there next to Tom Bigby, and I kept telling him, this is Jethro Tull.
Yeah. But no, because I think that's what it was, because I think I've been to 13 and 19. There were the two I went to, so I'm pretty sure. And I missed the concert somehow or another. I got hung up out in the parking lot out there at the what was it at the time there? The Papa John
Cardinal
parking
Stadium
lot deal there. And yeah, we were out there with Burnt Beans and Bubba Bo and everybody else out there with cooking out there and all kinds of a good time. And I think that was a year I actually saw a drag race. You remember they did that drag race thing out there in the parking lot?
Yes, I do recall.
Yeah. You think Grump saw something he didn't ever want to see? You see one of them drag races go on there, you certainly see something you don't want to never see. Some things just can't be unseen, Your Honor. But anyway, there. So you're talking the Bengals and the Steelers are tied at the bottom, and that's the North, right? Isn't that the way all that got changed? That's the North now. So there's only like 4 teams there, and you said the Browns won. So That means the Browns have to be somewhere up around the top, aren't they?
They would be in second behind the Ravens, who are first, like 10-3, 10-4.
Okay, is the Ravens out there in that division then?
Yes.
Forgot that. All right, that explains that then. But anyway, well, I was hoping for better than that. But oh well. So what else we got there? I don't know. Not a whole lot. Most of it's just kind of the weather at this point. So as I say, I think it's starting to wind down a little bit here. But I think they said 5-6 o'clock in the morning it's really supposed to be slowed right up here. So maybe if we get a chance to get a little of the runoff taken care of there, maybe roads will be halfway decent for the rush hour time. We'll have to see how all that develops. But other than that, I guess that's about what we got going for you at this point. And if we come across anything new or anything else, we'll see if we can get back in there for that loneliest hour.
All right, on a Monday. Thanks for checking in there, Horse Brothers. Yeah, so Chiefs, I pulled that. Yeah, Chiefs have lost 2 in a row. Yeah, they're now 8-5. Yeah, Broncos kind of right on their heels at 7-6 in the AFC West. It is AFC North. Ravens at 10-3 at this point. Browns at 8-5. Yes, second place in the division. Bengals and Steelers at 7-6. Let's see. AFC South got the Jaguars at 8-5. Colts 7-6, along with the Texans. Tennessee Titans at 4-8 on the season.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The president and CEO of Save the Children says it's impossible for her staff in Gaza to work in a safe and quality way.
Humanitarian organizations like ours, we're really running out of words to describe how bad it is.
Yonti Soripto said on CBS's Face the Nation, humanitarian organizations cannot safely deliver aid because of attacks and shelling. She said the recent 7-day ceasefire wasn't nearly enough and that the Rafah crossing between Egypt and Gaza wasn't designed for the amount of aid that needs to come through. She mentioned other places where Save the Children had provided assistance, like Afghanistan, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu commended the United States for vetoing a Gaza ceasefire resolution at the United Nations on Friday. He praised the decision on Saturday, asserting that it would be contradictory to support Hamas's elimination, while also calling for a ceasefire. Netanyahu announced that Israel would persist in its offensive on the Gaza Strip. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63, which is down 11 cents from last week. Texas is among 21 states under $3 a gallon, although the national average is at $3.16. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon. I'm Skip Kelly.
Actor Ryan O'Neal has died. O'Neal was nominated for Best Actor Oscar in 1970 for his role in Love Story and was nominated for a Golden Globe for his 1973 film Paper Moon, which also starred his daughter Tatum O'Neal. Ryan O'Neal died on Friday afternoon at the age of 82. He is survived by 4 children and 5 grandchildren. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At least 6 people are dead, dozens more are injured after multiple tornadoes tore through Tennessee Saturday. 2 adults and 1 child were killed in Clarksville, while 3 others died in Madison, just north of Nashville. At least 23 more have been hospitalized with injuries. State officials say they're in a search and rescue phase to see if there are more dead or hurt, and reported some residents were found trapped in their homes. Additionally, more than 80,000 homes and businesses lost power as severe weather struck the central part of the state. What does President Biden think of his son's indictment?
The White House doesn't have much to say on Hunter Biden facing 9 criminal charges in a federal tax case. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says the president,
he loves his son and supports him as he continues to rebuild his life. I will not comment on this and refer you to Department of Justice.
Prosecutors allege the president's son led a lavish lifestyle while neglecting to pay a minimum of $1.4 million in federal taxes from 2016 to 19. The indictment contends he expended funds on drugs, escorts, opulent properties, and exotic cars. If convicted, the charges carry a maximum penalty of 17 years in prison. I'm John Schaefer.
Dollar General is changing course regarding self-checkout. CEO Todd Vasos mentioned during an earnings call that this shift aids sales by fostering human interaction and reducing wait time at the counters. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Here we go, another hour underway. As we close out another weekend, time zone to time zone, got a Monday coming on. Hello to Kentucky Ken. Good morning, overnight drive. Mr. Summers, happy Monday. Rolling out to Davenport, Iowa in the morning. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in. Miss Millie's on board. She said, I love to hear Grump when he calls in because he tells it like it is. Merry Christmas, everybody. And Bill said, hell, you're not a Grinch, buddy. Speaking about the Grump. You're not a Grinch, you're the Grump. I agree with your opinion. Yeah, the Grump, that Grump is one grumpy guy, huh? It is 844-844-3388. Let's see. Cass says, if you're on tonight, December 11th, the app's not working, at least for me. Everything seems to be working fine on this end. I don't know if you got the podcast thing playing, maybe. Well, good morning, Dirty Harry. Hope everybody had a great weekend. I sure did. My son won both his Pee-wee hockey games, and the Bills won as well. This is kind of like a Victory Monday. Very good. Moving over to the other side of the world, the U.S. Embassy compound in Baghdad. Sustaining what they're describing as minor damage back on Friday, kicking off the weekend after 7 mortars landed in the compound. No injuries reported in what Reuters appeared to be the largest attack of its kind in recent memory. An Iraqi security installation within the compound was damaged in the 4 a.m. attack. Also Friday, U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria were targeted with rockets and drones at 3 bases in Syria. 2 attacks also took place at the Al-Assad Air Base west of Baghdad, according to American defense officials. Overall, it was the most attacks registered against U.S. forces in that region in a single day since mid-October. Since this whole Israel-Hamas thing began to unfold on October 7, since October 17, American installations in Iraq and Syria have been attacked at least 84 times now and continuing to climb. As the Iraq government said they will seek to hunt down the attackers, a U.S. Embassy representative said, we reiterate we reserve the right to self-defense and to protect our personnel anywhere in the world. Now, we have diplomats in Baghdad. The U.S. does this. Well, we have 2,500 troops in Iraq with a mission of assisting local security forces and preventing a revival of Islamic State. But the attacks in Iraq and Syria, as a new report in the New York Times said, Iran is planning to increase attacks on American forces in Iraq and Syria, while also beefing up the ability of the Houthi rebels in Yemen to attack American and Israeli ships on the Red Sea. Citing sources in Iran's Revolutionary Guards, who it did not name, said the goal of the stepped-up attacks by the militia groups is to force Israel to end its attacks against Hamas in Gaza, which ain't going to happen. We think Houthis in Yemen will become more of a threat to Israel in the long term than even Hamas or Hezbollah. According to one political analyst in Tehran, Iran considers them a major player and part of the collective strategy of the resistance axis, they call themselves. National security spokesman for the White House said escalating attacks by the Houthis are a risk to potential widening and deepening of this conflict. The Yemen-based Houthis might not be easy to control, according to one expert. This is a difficult game to fine-tune for a group like the Houthis, who are not just zealots, but they also have very little to lose. So many points of tensions. The longer the war goes on, the bigger the risks of tensions getting completely out of control, which we continue to hope. I don't know how long this Israel operation is going to continue, but I do, over the weekend, developments there. We saw tanks reaching into the southernmost reaches of the Gaza. It is 844-844-3388. A Monday. Eagle, you hanging in there?
Yeah. Hey, listen, Steve, man, you know, I normally don't like to comment on other people's, phone calls, because they can do what they want to do in their call. But I gotta say this, man, after listening to Grump for the, ramble on. Hey, something, Steve, I think the only friend that he has is himself, judging by what he said tonight. Doesn't sound like he like anybody except for the man he sees in the mirror. And he kind of reminds me, Steve, he kind of reminds me of Bill Belichick of the New England Patriots. The same Grinch of same look on his face game after game. You would never know Bill Belichick had won 6 or 7 Super Bowl championships with his grumpy and as miserable as that guy is. He reminds me of Bill Belichick. He needs to check himself, man. I don't think he said not one good thing during his phone call. Life ain't that miserable, Grump, my man. Try to see the positive in something. I know there's something positive going on in your life. So try looking at the positive sometime, my man. You might feel better about yourself. Now, let me move on with this situation, Steve. Talking about, I want to cover about 4 or 5 subjects tonight. You still there?
Oh, yeah, we're here.
Okay, yeah. Well, you probably don't like what I said, but like you say, you know me, I'm going to say what I got to say. But anyway, Steve, when it comes to the situation with Florida State, now I understand over the weekend that Florida State is now calling the board of the people that's in charge of their program is saying that they might boycott the bowl game. They might not show up to play Georgia in their bowl game. And if that's the case, Florida State should be placed on suspension, and any money that was supposed to go to their athletics program should be forfeited, and they shouldn't receive one dime from the NCAA because they took the poll and they were voted not to go in. They need to accept it and show up and go play Georgia. If they can't accept that, then they need to be suspended, and they need to be, as far as next year go, maybe even suspended from further bowl games action in 2024 because what they're doing is uncalled for. Like I said, they're not the only team that got screwed. As far as I'm concerned, Washington State shouldn't be playing because, like I told you last week, I'm pretty sure that Georgia could beat them 9 out of 10 games, probably 10 out of 10. There should have been 2 teams left out in the cold, and that was Florida State and Washington, and Georgia should have been in as far as I'm concerned. Not when you win 29 straight games, not when you win 2 of the last NCAA championships. You shouldn't be left standing out in the cold, and Washington State hasn't done absolutely zero in a Pac-10 conference with a bunch of nobodies. Now, let me move on to this other situation, Steve, with Hunter Biden. And I already told you weeks ago that I'm not getting upset about Hunter Biden and Joe Biden's transparencies of what they've been going down. But here's the deal. Here's the deal with Hunter Biden. This guy here is a coke addict. And I know, I know, and anybody with a brain in their head know that cocaine that was in the White House was
Eagle, I think did we lose connection there? I believe we did. All right, let's get dialed back up here, and we'll come back into just a quick time to take a break anyway. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret studios.
All right, back up and running. Got the... We left off there, Eagle. Hang in there, Eagle. I'm going to get back. I was pulling up the latest about, some of these rumors about the Seminoles boycotting the Orange Bowl against Georgia. I'm saying the rumors erupted after the cancellation of Thursday's news conference, which was supposed to feature both Mike Norvell and Kirby Smart, while the actual reasons behind the cancellation of the conference were unknown. It led to CFB experts and fans speculating that was an outcome of the program being snubbed. However, there's no official news or confirmation that the Orange Bowl will be boycotted due to the unrest surrounding the Florida situation. Furthermore, Knowles 247 reporter Brendan Sonnone shared a tweet on social media shooting down the rumors that have emerged. According to him, head coaches were unavailable for the press conference, but members of both programs will be present during the other segments of this VIP event. It says, take the tinfoil hats off, nothing insidious. The Orange Bowl has a VIP event each year, and a part of it is a press conference. The scheduled time during a hectic time of the year on the trail wasn't conducive to either school's head coach, and my understanding is the OB just passed on the PC portion of the event. Both programs are going to have representatives at the event in place of the coaches. I'm sure we'll find something to get amped up over within the hour, so don't worry. The situation surrounding the college football playoff has certainly been an interesting one. Georgia undefeated in 29 games until losing the SEC championship to Alabama. Of course, they were ranked number 1 through the season, even though they failed to make it into the top 4, bringing an end to their hopes of three-peating for the national title. But the Orange Bowl game between Florida State and Georgia, scheduled to be played December 30, scheduled for kickoff about 4 p.m. Eastern Time, hosted at the Hard Rock Stadium there in Florida. All right, Eagles, so Sounds like it's just rumors at this point. We'll let it go there. Welcome back.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate you holding me up. Okay, yeah, like I said, Steve, one other thing before I get back to Hunter Biden with Florida State. I remember back in the 90s and 2000s when Bobby Bowden was coaching Florida State. They were one of the dirtiest programs in college football. They were doing a lot of illegal stuff, and now Florida State is trying to play Mr. Innocent like they got screwed by the NCAA. And besides that, Steve, these guys will be playing with a third-string quarterback. Nobody wants to see that in a national championship game. Maybe if their quarterback wouldn't have got hurt, who was a good quarterback, maybe they would have got into the top 4. But after their quarterback went down and then the second guy went down, and then they played the third guy against Louisville and they champion, and they look like garbage in that game. Nobody wants to see them play a Michigan or a Washington or Texas or Alabama. Nobody wants to see that game because they get blown off the field with a third-string quarterback. So, like I said, they too stupid to realize that the NCAA did them a favor by not allowing them to come and get embarrassed on TV, because that's exactly what happened with a third-string quarterback at Florida State. So, like I said, the best thing for them to do, they still got their national championship game. They get to play against Georgia and find out how good they really are. They need to show up to the game. And if they got any class about themselves, and play Georgia and prove on the field that they the best squad. If they think that's what they need to do. And we'll see what happens when they get ready to Orange Bowl or whatever they playing in. Now, let's get back to Hunter Biden. Like I told you earlier before the break, Steve, I told you on your show on this news thing that you got, this press secretary talks about Hunter Biden like he's a 20 or 23-year-old kid, that Joe Biden cares about his son. He loves his son. He only wants the best for his son. This guy is 53 years old. This guy has broken the law. This guy is a pampered, spoiled brat his whole life. He's been handed everything by Joe Biden and his family. And this guy, you and I both know that cocaine belonged to Hunter Biden in that White House. The guy here bought prostitutes, went to strip clubs, bought homes, and failed to pay his taxes. He did the whole deal, Steve. And you know, and I know that if Donald Trump, one of his children had done the same damn thing, they'd be in jail right now. You know that if Donald Trump Jr. had stole money, failed to pay taxes, slept with prostitutes, had cocaine, the whole deal, he'd be under the jail right now. And they talking about he could get up to 17 years of jail. That's exactly what he deserves. Is all 17 of them. And I won't be happy until he goes to jail, because that's where he belongs. And when they put him in there, they put him in the same cell with his father, because both of them belong in there. Because I'm fed up with the whole deal, Steve. This guy here has single-handedly ruined the United States. In 3 short years, Steve, we went from having the world's best economy in the world with people working jobs galore. That's why you got so many people coming into this country illegally right now, because they saw what was going down. They saw the prosperity in America. Now I told you a couple of weeks ago, Steve, you got people that have come into this country illegally. They want to go to hell back where they come from, because guess what? They can't find no work right now. And I wonder why. Because of Joe Biden, because he ruined the economy, not Donald Trump, so he can play the blame game all he wants. Because when Biden stepped into the White House, we damn sure, I think they said in your news break, people in California paying damn near $5 a gallon for unleaded fuel. I know damn well they wasn't paying no $5 a gallon for fuel when Trump was in the White House. All these bad things that have happened in the last 3 years go right back to that man that's in there right now. And anybody, if you dumb enough to vote for Joe Biden, anybody that's listening to my voice tonight, you get exactly what you deserve, a foot right in your rear end, because that's what Joe Biden's going to give you for the next 4 years, from 24 to 28. And like I say, it's even like I told you a couple weeks ago, Steve. Anytime I have a conversation with anybody, and the minute they tell me, and this goes for family members, anybody that comes to my home for Christmas or Thanksgiving dinner, anybody steps into my home and tell me they support Joe Biden, they're not welcome in my home, because there's nothing good, there's nothing to say about the man. I've seen all I need to see of Joe Biden. There's no conversation to be held when it comes to Joe Biden about his accomplishments, because there are no accomplishments, and I'm being nice when I say that. So, like I said before, Steve, I told you I wasn't going to get upset about Joe Biden and Hunter Biden. I'm trying not to get upset, because I don't like the way that the Department of Justice is handling this situation because they're definitely showing unfair treatment. It's like it goes in one ear and out the other. They are told this evidence about Hunter Biden, and they act like they don't give a damn about it. Same thing that goes on with the border situation, Steve. They have told Joe Biden week after week, month after month, that we got a crisis on the border, and it seems like it goes in one ear and right out the other. He could care less about what goes down on the southern border. In 3 years, we got 5 to 6 million people that have entered into this country illegally, and Joe Biden doesn't even seem to want to shut it down. It's just a complete embarrassment. So if anybody out there wonders if Joe Biden cares about the United States, and I still ain't had nobody answer this challenge yet, Steve. When I asked this question, I want somebody to call in and tell me when they heard Joe Biden or any other Democrat in Washington D.C. say they want to make America great again. I bet you won't get no phone calls because guess what? They never said it. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
A little more on Hunter. We planned on getting to the latest on that, but yes, I guess late last week over the weekend, they actually came out with some of the numbers. Federal prosecutors claiming between 2016 and 2019, Hunter Biden spent a breathtaking $872,000 on whores, porn, and sex clubs. Over those same 4 years, he withdrew $1.6 million from cash machines. His expenses for various women totaled $683,000. I really should have got my various women certification when I had. Hunter spent another $397,000 on clothing and accessories, which is pretty impressive considering he never wore them. This news, part and parcel with the 9 tax-related charges that he was hit with last Thursday. Even though he had enough money to squander $872,000 to get laid, still charged with willfully failing to pay his 2016, 17, 18, and 19 taxes, on time anyway, despite having access to funds to pay for some or all of these taxes. Now, he faces 17 years in prison, which we all know will never happen. In 2018, this guy was so hard up for female companionship, he dropped $11,500 for 2 nights with the same hooker. I wouldn't pay $11,500 to spend 2 nights with Rita Hayworth when she was filmed in Gilda back in 1946. Yes. All right. Poor Hunter. And there's several kind of that fall in line with Pappy, who kind of suggested on Friday morning's program, this is all being done with the intention of actually protecting Hunter. How is that possible? We'll delve into more coming up here.
USA News Update. The president and CEO of Save the Children says it's impossible for her staff in Gaza to work in a safe and quality way.
So we're really running out of words to describe how bad it is.
Yonti Soripto said on CBS's Face the Nation, humanitarian organizations cannot safely deliver aid because of attacks and shelling. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon.
Actor Ryan O'Neal has died. O'Neal was nominated for Best Actor Oscar in 1970 for his role in Love Story and was nominated for a Golden Globe for his 1973 film Paper Moon, which also starred his daughter Tatum O'Neal. Ryan O'Neal died Friday afternoon at the age of 82. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Several people had shared the Halley's Comet story. Singing Eye Dog was one. Morning, Singing Eye Dog, if you're out there. Halley's Comet. Beginning this past Friday, we can finally state with absolute certainty that Halley's Comet is coming. The most famous of all comets traveling around the sun in a flattened elliptical orbit that brings it near to the sun and takes it far out to beyond the outer limits of the solar system. Ever since February 9 of 1986, when it arrived at Perihelion, the comet's closest approach to the sun, it then began its long journey back out into the distant space. And from that time until present, the comet's been moving inexorably away from the sun. At 8 p.m. Eastern Time this past Friday, that came to an end. For at that moment, Halley's Comet arrived at aphelion, the far end of its orbit, Yeah, that location in space that places the comet at its farthest point from the sun, some 3.27 billion miles away. Okay, the comet will then be, 472.2 million miles beyond the orbit of Neptune, our most distant known planet. But its orbital velocity will have slowed to just 0.565 miles per second, about 2,034 miles an hour. Compare that to when the comet was speeding around the sun at perihelion in 1986 at 33.77 miles per second, translates to 121,572 miles an hour. Wow. So, as we speak, after December the 8th, the comet will again, for the first time in nearly 38 years, be approaching the sun in concert with Kepler's second law of motion. The celestial body moves fastest when it's at perihelion and slowest at aphelion. So once Halley passes through aphelion, its orbital velocity will begin to very slowly at first increase on its way inbound toward the sun once again. It's going to be a while. Halley's Comet arrives again at perihelion on July the 28th of 2061. I don't think I'll be around to see it. So for those that will be at the time, though, what can we expect from Halley's next appearance 38 years from now, with the current average life expectancy for Americans close to 79 years? If you were born after 1982, you'll have a better than 50-50 chance of witnessing Halley's return in the summer of 2061. On its way toward the sun during the late spring and early summer, it will be visible in the morning sky, favoring viewers in the northern hemisphere. Interestingly, 2061 is the mirror image of the comet's last appearance in the winter, early spring of 1986. Back then, the comet was out of sight and on the opposite side of the sun in midwinter. But in midsummer of 2061, the comet will be on the same side of the sun as us in full view, appearing at least 10 times brighter. Then it will rapidly drop down, and upon entering the evening sky, gradually favor more southerly locations. But that's a long ways off. I don't think I'll be around to see it. All right, Philip's going to be checking in from Florida. I've got to get to the grumpy old man with no friends.
Yeah, isn't that something? That's kind of rich of him. Eagle, I'm not the person you want to start some crap with, brother. I'll tell you that right now. Look, he don't know a damn thing about me. What he hears on the radio, what I say on your show is nowhere near who I am, and you know that. You know me personally. And it's just something that I enjoy doing, okay? And when I hear somebody like Eagle, he's going to run his damn mouth about, me. Well, he needs some friends or something like that. Dude, kiss my ass. You don't know me. You don't know me. I spent 21 years in the freaking military, and I got reasons why I don't like Christmas, number one, because of all them years I spent in the military, about 90% of them was deployed to some hellhole, seeing things that I had just really assumed not see. All right. But I was there. I was part of the military. All right. When I was on the police department, it was the same damn thing. Every Christmas I was working. I can't tell you how many times that I've taken money out of my pocket and bought kids something, that had absolutely damn nothing. Everything from shoes to clothes to whatever, for school. So you know nothing about me, man. You don't know a damn thing about me. And I don't know. Sometimes I think you're snoring into the damn phone is the most intelligent thing you say. So if you want to pick a fight with me, buddy, it's on. All right. I'm going to tell you that right damn now. The diatribe that you just gave, why don't you listen to some of the playbacks on all the hate that you spew on this damn radio? I do it in a jokingly manner. I love to stir it up with Steve. We've done it for, God, how many years, Steve? It's been over 20. Ever since you've been, hell, even when you was a producer, Back with your dad, I'd call in and do the same thing, just to stir things up. So you know absolutely nothing about me, man. And I would advise you to leave me alone. I'm not somebody that'll just roll over and say, "Oh, okay, Eagle don't like me." I don't give a rat's ass because I don't care nothing about you. To be honest with you, you're somebody that'll call in every damn night. When you call in, it's spewing on about the same crap every night. Bust it up, dude. Maybe get some friends or something, talk to them and see what they got on their mind. And I wouldn't kick somebody out of my house just because they voted for Joe Biden. Not a bit. I respect other people's opinions on things. I would never vote for Joe Biden, not in a damn million years. I would never vote for another damn Democrat if you really want to know the truth. But one thing I would do is respect the opinions of others. If they're going to come in my house and spewing crap about Joe Biden and saying I should have, look, not here, not now. We don't do that here. All right, you can talk to your friends, you can go to the bar, you can do whatever you want to do about that. Talk to them then. But here in my home, you're welcome in my house for dinner or whatever, but you're not going to talk politics. All right, that's who I am. All right, so I don't know, man. I don't know where he come off of that. Maybe he was just, I don't know. He's just angry because he, spews the same crap every time he calls. I don't know. But anyway, I wanted to respond to that, and I'm not going to say anything else about it, Steve. But you know who I am and what I am and everything else, and I don't owe Eagle a damn explanation for anything. I have reasons why I'm not fond of Christmas. The last Christmas that my father was alive, he barely remembered it because he had cancer so damn bad. We tried to make it nice for him. I remember that. I also remember trying to give my mom gifts when she had Alzheimer's damn bad. She didn't even know who in the hell I was or what I was giving her. So you, Mr. Eagle, can kiss my ass. And I thank you for taking my call, Steve Summers.
And you've got a reputation to uphold, as in the Grump. All right. Kind of figured he'd have to respond to that. It is 844-844-3388. Back to trucking. Trucking jobs increased just slightly in November, which they say is another indicator that there's maybe a little bit of stability in the industry. According to the latest numbers from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, 700 trucking jobs were added to the economy last month. Now, that's only the fifth gain for the year as the industry continues to move toward what will be a yearly decline. Vice President of Market Intelligence for Arrive Logistics told Landline that the lack of fluctuation in trucking jobs during the fourth quarter suggests that the market remains sufficiently supplied to support demand. And capacity continues to exit at a slower pace than prior market cycles, likely due to record profits during the pandemic. Now, he said, in October, I noted that carriers who were involved with supporting the retail peak season or other seasonal demand, like food or Christmas trees, may have taken a step back from the normal hiring ramp-up and felt comfortable handling the seasonal surge with the staff already in place. In November, trucking employment remained steady, and overperformance to a typical reduction in employment in the month. Now, the data continues to highlight relative stability in trucking employment right now, even amid an easing demand environment. We'll probably see further employment declines in the longer term. Now, they break down a bunch of numbers. I don't want to bore you with all that stuff, but based on revised numbers, employment in the transportation sector dropped by 12,400 jobs in October. September's revised numbers showed an increase of 12,400 jobs. You're down slightly from the initially reported increase of 12,500. It's kind of weird. You lose 12,400 in October, you hire them back in September. It's year to date, though. Transportation employment is down by 24,100 jobs. Now, if you look back at last year, for 2022, overall transportation employment increased by nearly 261,000 jobs. 15 before the hour. It's 844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Thank you much. Back on a Monday. What do we have going on? Well, it's a brand new week. And like any other day, it starts off with Philip heading off to work this early morning. What's going on, Philip?
Well, just riding the wind this morning. How you doing, buddy?
Doing well. Yeah, Captain Ron called earlier, said it's pretty windy down there.
Yeah, we had that storm move through last night, and I tell you what, about damn near kicked my tail a while ago. I went over Lake Monroe over there by Sanford. Got over off of the on I-4, kind of dips down and goes across a little barrier spot, and then goes across the bridges. And man, it was pretty windy up there, so I had to slow down a bit. But I don't know. I've had people cut me off already with cars and trailers and all kinds of stuff this morning. It's turned out to be a pretty good day, Steve. Another day on I-4. So, well, I guess we're going to have 2 launches tonight. Did you hear that one?
Oh yeah, no. What's going on? What do we got? Starlink and who?
Well, we got Falcon Heavy going to go off at 8:14, and then about 3 hours later, they're going to have a SpaceX Starlink mission go off as well. They're going to do a 2-for-1 tonight.
Wow.
They were going to do the Falcon Heavy last night, but that storm came through, and it kind of put a kibosh on that. So they had to push it into today, and then that was scheduled, and then the Starlink was supposed to be 3 hours after that one last night, so, but they canceled that as well, so we'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's dedication. What do you think there, Steve? Think they'll make a little money on those satellites?
Maybe one of these days. I don't know. I mean, the cost for the Starlink service seems rather excessive when you've got so many different internet options these days.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the equipment, the initial startup is pretty expensive from what I understand, and then the monthly fee is pretty good. So I'm not going to deal with that. That's getting a little too involved with it. I like the internet, but I don't like it that much. And that's, I don't know. I'd have to talk to Q-Ball about that, because I know Q-Ball's he's got the Starlink thing going on now with a lot of his YouTube stuff. And Steve, I heard yesterday that the guys that are running Yemen are going to put a blockade on that on that area that's down there between the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea. Have you heard anything about that?
I haven't heard about a blockade. I know the Houthi rebels are talking more about attacking American and Israeli vessels in the Red Sea, though.
Yeah, there was said that those Houthis down there, they're going to be putting a blockade up to where they're not going to let anybody go through there that's going to Israel. Now, that area down there between the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea, and there's a term for it, and I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry, but that area in there, that strait, there's a lot of boat traffic that goes through there. I mean, a lot of ships go through there. And if you use that maritime watching software, you can see the lines out in the oceans and which routes the ships are taking. And there's a big one that goes up through there to go to the Suez Canal to go across. If they divert that traffic around that, they're going to cause a lot of things to happen with the economies of the world. Because it's going to take an extra 2 weeks. It's going to take almost 2 weeks to get stuff from Asia over into, say, the United States, Venezuela, and a lot of areas, because they use that to go through, to get through. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens. And if they do it, the thing that gets me is we can't really do anything unless it's an American ship, flagged as an American ship. We've got to kind of sit back and watch with it, but I'm wondering if they're going to interact with us. Because if they interact with us, it's going to be crazy. I mean, I don't know. We've never seen naval battles like that since, that's World War, back in World War II, naval battle that big, so what do you think, Steve?
All I know is Iran's backing the Houthis. Iran's trying to ramp things up. They want to try and draw us in over there so they can get more of a regional. They want the Arab world to rally around them to go after we're the great Satan.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna tell you what. The amount of stuff that we got sitting over there right now in the Red Sea and all in that area over there, even in the Persian Gulf, all that, we've got all that. We've got a lot of stuff over there right now, and it kind of concerns me. It really does. And we'll just see how it plays off. And you were talking about Hunter Biden and stuff. I wonder if the Biden family is going to be talking to any of the gas stations that have they've had their gas pumps messed up with people writing stuff on the front of the gas pumps about Brandon and all this other stuff. I wonder how many thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars of damage has been done to gas stations for people defacing the front of a gas pump, Steve. I wonder, has anybody ever looked at that? Because it seems like to me every time I go to a gas pump, it says something about Biden on it. I don't know. Have you noticed that, Steve?
Honestly, I have yet to. I don't think I've ever seen one of those stickers with the Biden sticker where we're pointing to the price that says "I did that" or something like that. I've never seen one.
Well, down here it isn't a sticker. People are literally pulling out sharp objects and defacing the pumps.
Really? Oh, okay.
To the point where, where they're literally writing Biden in there, scratching it in with a pocket knife or some sharp instrument, and defacing the gas pumps. I don't know how many of them out down here I've seen it. I mean, a lot of the gas stations they dealt with it. I got a feeling Walmart's getting kind of mad with it because Walmart's one of those retailers that use a scan code, like a QR code, and a lot of these folks have defaced these gas pumps to the point where you can't even use a scan code. You've got to use your card, which is, it is what it is. You use your card at the pump or go over to pay, but I know it's got to be costing them a lot of money because I'm seeing it everywhere down here. I've been seeing it for the last probably at least a year to 2 years. It's been getting worse. And I don't know if anybody's ever noticed that or not. I mean, I could handle a sticker. It's not a problem. Use the adhesive. But when you start literally carving things into the gas pump, that's getting a little bit out there. So, but anyway, that's all my rant for today, and it was great to hear Grump, and I'll talk to y'all later.
Thank you much, Philip. Safe travels, rest of your way in. Off to work we go. All right, so, yeah, that first launch, I guess, tonight, there's only a 10-minute window for the Falcon Heavy launch. And this is a mission for the U.S. Space Force. The Falcon Heavy will launch the experimental X-37B, what did it describe as like the miniature version of the U.S. Space Shuttle that goes out on these secretive missions. Let's see. This will be the 7th flight of this particular spacecraft, but it will be the first time the launch of the X-37B actually using a Falcon Heavy rocket. Again, 10-minute launch window for this particular mission. I guess it opens up at 8:14 p.m. Eastern Time tonight. That's a pretty short window. Then, as Philip mentioned, several hours later, a much longer window of opportunity from 11 p.m. to 3 a.m. for the Falcon 9 launch, another batch of second-generation Starlink V2 mini internet satellites. The Falcon 9's first booster stage is due to land on the drone ship, a shortfall of Gravitas, in the Atlantic. I guess that one was actually the one delayed from yesterday. So too long, they're going to try to get both missions up and later on this evening. Thank you very much for the update there, Philip. It's been such a busy schedule for SpaceX, launching every couple of days. They're launching something out there, one after another. It is 844-844-3388. News break just around the corner here. We've all seen the movies, science fiction, at least at that point in time it was. Well, I guess the biggest one that comes to mind is the likes of the Terminator. When you'll recall, the robots, the computers, they turned on the human race. Are we developing such technology? We'll delve into more on that next hour.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Liz McGill, the president of the University of Pennsylvania, resigned on Saturday. This comes only days after her congressional testimony on anti-Semitism drew fierce backlash from students, faculty, and donors. The chair of the university's Board of Trustees, Scott Bach, announced the decision in a letter to the school community. Bach also submitted his resignation, and Juliet Platt, the vice chair of the Board of Trustees, was named interim chair by the board's executive committee. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63, which is down 11 cents from last week. Texas is among 21 states under $3 a gallon, although the national average is at $3.16. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon. I'm Skip Kelly.
State-run media in Cuba says the country stopped a terrorist plot hatched in South Florida when it arrested a man who arrived on the island on a jet ski. The report late Saturday said the man is a Cuban who lives in Florida and that he came to Cuba to commit acts of violence. He allegedly was armed with several handguns, ammunition clips, and ammo. A shift in smuggling routes has brought an influx of migrants to Arizona from countries as diverse as Senegal, Bangladesh, and China. This has prompted the Border Patrol to seek help from other federal agencies. The U.S. government on Monday indefinitely shut down the nearby international crossing between Lukeville, Arizona, and Sonora, Mexico, because of hundreds of migrants crossing daily in the area. Bronny James is back on the basketball court. The University of Southern California freshman and son of basketball icon LeBron James made his collegiate debut on Sunday, a little over 4 months after suffering cardiac arrest. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At least 6 people have been confirmed dead after a tornado ripped through Middle Tennessee. 3 of the victims were confirmed dead in the Nashville suburb of Madison. Nashville officials say they have teams assessing the damage and looking for victims after Saturday's tornadoes. 3 fatalities were also reported near Clarksville, where nearly 24 people have been reportedly injured. A suspect, Rafael Govia Romero, has been arrested and charged with capital murder in the killing of Texas high school cheerleader Elizabeth Medina. Medina's body was discovered in the bathtub of her Edna home by her mother on Tuesday. Romero was arrested in Schulenburg, Texas, about 75 miles north of Edna, and taken to the Jackson County Jail. Medina's 16 was supposed to perform at a Christmas parade in Edna on Tuesday, but when she didn't show up, her mother found her unresponsive at their apartment. Slowly but surely, the race to the White House is heating up. Laura Winters has more.
To the 2024 race for the White House, a new poll from the Wall Street Journal finds former President Trump beating President Biden 47% to 43% if the election were held today. Biden busy campaigning in California, the state where his son Hunter is facing 9 new tax charges, including 3 felonies and 6 misdemeanors. The feds say Hunter made $7 million, the majority of the money from Burisma, and didn't pay taxes on it.
I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. Here we are. I don't buy a whole lot of scratch-off lottery tickets. I've bought my fair share in my lifetime. But this is the one we all want to do. Gaffney, South Carolina. An early morning donut run ended with a big surprise for a man in South Carolina. According to the South Carolina Education Lottery, the Gaffney resident stopped at a convenience store to buy a drink, a donut, and a $10 lottery ticket. When he took the 5-spot ticket home and scratched it off, $300,000 winner! Which obviously he woke his wife up to tell her. She didn't believe me. He told lottery officials, saying he returned to the store to actually check the ticket and confirm that it was a big winner, $300,000. Merry Christmas. They say they're planning to use the prize money to buy a new home. All right. Of course, you got to give Uncle Sam his fair share first. And Eskimo Mom shared a good news, a happy ending story. Georgetown, Kentucky we go to as we get closer to Christmas. People across the region doing what they can to give back. A group of truck drivers in Georgetown coming together this past weekend to make sure one family in their community has gifts under their tree this year. It's not just receiving. You got to give to make somebody happy, some family happy. That's what matters, according to truck driver for Coretrans, Brenda Lund. Brenda and her co-workers at the Coretrans Georgetown terminal are sponsoring a family through the Salvation Army this year. It's just to take care of the kids, to give them a Christmas so they wake up in the morning and they have a gift. This will be the company's second year working with the Salvation Army, working for a good cause. It's this time of year of giving, so it's just especially after coming off the pandemic and all that stuff, these past few years that have been difficult. It's really nice to see the team together and give when sometimes it's really hard to give. They're working this through what they call the Angel Tree program. Anyone can pick a tag off the tree at different locations and shop for a child, but larger groups often sponsor a whole family. Captain Haddix with the Salvation Army out of Georgetown says if it wasn't for them, we'd have kids that may not be provided for this Christmas. But also to be able to do a whole family and for that family to know they were chosen by that specific company. That makes a bigger impact on them to know that our community truly cares. All right. It's that time of the year, right? Brain Dead will be checking in just ahead. Pappy's on board this Monday. What's happening out there? Is this your Kelly week, isn't it?
It is. It is indeed, Steve. 300 G's, huh?
That's a good win, right? I'd take that.
Yes, sir. even after you pay your fair share.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't pay it though. He'd keep it all, man. He'd be at the strip club with that thing, writing off his taxes.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I got something to say to Crump. He loves you, baby. Oh, Steve. We can't really put them in a boxing ring because they'd both be wearing red trunks. Hey, this timing with the Biden indictment, somebody brought this up. Thought it was pretty interesting. You know how the Hill served him a subpoena and said, hey, you got to come up here and talk to us, man. Well, his attorneys just might say, not now. He's got a pending indictment, no mas.
Yep.
Might get him out of questioning. Oh, man. Hey, man, Mark Levin had a pretty good show tonight. See, remember I was telling you last week that American banks financed Hitler's little march?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Ben was talking about going all the way back in the 30s and 40s, how these colleges, how academia, man, were all leaning Nazis. Very interesting. He said it goes back decades. Anybody watched it? He threw out several books. You know, if you want to read, research it. It started all back then. It's still going today.
Really?
Yeah, pretty interesting. Saw something else. Steve, there's still this wealth tax is still in the Supreme Court. Remember me telling you about that one?
Yeah.
Gotta keep an eye on this, Steve. That's how sick these people are, man. Anything you own, your 241Ks. Man, hey, did you see this? Speaking of 241Ks, they are down 12%. There's an economist talking. I happened to be walking through the living room and heard this guy talking about 241Ks being down 12% as a result of that people that want to retire would have to work an extra 10 years to make that up.
Wow.
If things don't rebound. Yeah, but this wealth tax deed, they're talking about, you know, say you own a car and your car is paid off. Say it's worth $30,000. Next year it's worth $35,000. Well, Steve, you owe the government, man. Even if you didn't sell it, if you got an art collection, a coin collection worth $100,000, you're going to have to pay tax on that, Steve. The Biden administration is arguing to the courts that is wealth. Even though you haven't sold it. Keep an eye on this one, Steve.
So
you're talking about they
things,
really want to.
You say things that appreciate. I mean, most vehicles. I mean, most things depreciate. But yeah, if you've got coins and things, collector's items can appreciate in value. So if it's worth more next year, I owe taxes on it, even if it's sitting on my shelf.
Yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
Well, what about if it goes up this year and goes? What if it goes down the next year? Do I get my money back?
the big buzzer, Steve. Come on, it's the government. And if they are able to enact this digital currency, hey, take it out of your account, Steve. If you got anything in there. All right, my man. Hey, that's about it, dude. I'm just cleaning some firearms, putting some oil on them, getting ready for the winter. Got to make sure these things work, right?
Uh-huh.
That's about it, brother. Got smokes rolled. Don't have to worry about a uniform to change over, right?
Got a few days to R&R.
Yes, sir. So, all right, Steve. Appreciate you taking the call. Everybody be safe. Hammer down.
Thank you much, Pappy. Thank you for checking in. So, right along that line, as Pappy mentioned, the timing of the indictment. Vivek Ramaswamy is one. James Comer is another. They're all saying that this was done to actually protect Hunter. James Comer says the indictment of the president's son is to protect him ahead of his scheduled deposition this week. We think this is just the tip of the iceberg. We think there are many, many more crimes. And my concern is that Weiss may have indicted Hunter Biden to protect him from having to be deposed in the Oversight Committee. Yes, he indicted him to protect him. Yes, the classic Rubik. Yeah, I got it. He's facing like 17 additional years in prison. Yes, he was talking to Jake Tapper. Jake, this whole thing's been about a cover-up. You indicted him on the least little thing, the gun charge and not paying taxes, Comer said. Anybody else in America would have already been in prison. We'd already be in prison. You say he owes $2 million. He may owe $7 or $8 million. If these loans are fraudulent loans, I mean, a loan means you're going to pay it back. Of course, Hunter spent millions of dollars on his extravagant lifestyle rather than paying his tax bills. The charges are centered on at least $1.4 million in taxes Hunter owed between 2016 and 2019. Yeah, a period of time when he acknowledged struggling with addiction. Now, it does say the back taxes have since been paid. Comer last month subpoenaed Hunter, though, and his uncle, James. But Hunter's lawyer noted in a letter that his concerns about how Republicans could manipulate the situation tried to propose a public hearing instead. Yeah, we've seen you use closed-door sessions to manipulate, even distort the facts and misinform the public, he said. We therefore propose opening the door. If, as you claim, your efforts are important and involve issues that Americans should know about, then let the light shine on these proceedings. Now, I'm not exactly sure. Can things be discussed in a congressional hearing, a setting behind closed doors that otherwise may not be discussed in a public hearing? Things that aren't allowed to be talked about without, say, things like security clearance or something. There's some sort of manipulation going on here. What's happening? Brain dead on a Monday. Moving them groceries.
Yeah, it's just slow-moving grocery truck out here, going to Jackson, Tennessee, and drop a hook and go back. So how was your weekend there, Steve-O?
Short and sweet, busy.
Okay, in other words, translation is put up Christmas crap, and even more Christmas crap, right?
Climbing in the attic, getting down the tubs, opening the tubs, and now I got to go put all those tubs back in the attic so I can go back and get them down again in 3 weeks.
See, you could do redneck-ish and, just leave them up all year round, put different bulbs out for Halloween and 4th of July, be a cheapskate at least a little bit more. I mean, now, Tiny went to the Dodgers, like you said earlier, and that didn't really shock me too much, Steve. That really didn't, because the Dodgers TV deal is $2 billion a year. So the guy that owns the Dodgers has the money to throw out for talent like that, and they're saying that he is the Japanese version of Babe Ruth.
Really?
Now there's another kid that they've got coming over, or is over. I think he went to the Yankees too. Yamamoto or something like that. One of those other Japanese players. They're saying that he's going to be the next Ty Cobb, or I can't think of another good pitcher back in the day. But yeah, he is that good, and we'll all see how things happen. But let me correct Pappy on one thing, because he was off about the selling the collections. If you sell it online to where you have not a bank, like, your local bank, or you got PayPal, Zello, Cash App, etc., anything over $660 that you sell and they collect, you have to report that to the IRS. Now, if I pay you cash money, nobody knows, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but anything over that, you have to report it. It used to be $10,000, but about 3 years ago, if I remember right, those were changed to $660 or more. So that's where that comes off from. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, you remember Friday when I called in and told you that Motel 6 changed their slogan?
Yes, I do.
Remember that?
Uh-huh.
Well, Steve, a lot of these companies, these big companies, Motel 6 and McDonald's, whatever, they have those focus groups, the ones that they run an idea by to see if it's good or not, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, they didn't like that slogan, so they came up with a new one. Did you hear the new one, Steve?
Oh, I can't wait. What is it?
Yeah, we'll help you save on hookers. Bye to me.
That's the Hunter Biden slogan, isn't it? It's 22 past the hour. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, lines available at 844-844-3388. Hello, Daryl checks in here on a Monday. Morning, Daryl.
Good morning, Steve. Sound like you need a referee over there this morning. Whatever happened to Chip that used to answer the phones for you?
Oh, I think I don't know if he's still working over there or not. Honestly, I'm not sure what he's up to.
I think he used to calm these fellas down before he gave them over to you to talk to. I always enjoyed you and him commenting back and forth to each other. He sounded like a fine young man.
Right.
Well, how's the family and how's Stryker?
Family doing well. I think Stryker's doing well. My son came over and right on schedule there Friday. Got on the roof. Got my lights on the roof. So
I imagine Stryker's busy this time of the year.
I asked him about has Stryker made any apprehensions. I think he's been on the trail a few times, but he's yet to make I don't think he's yet made an arrest.
Okay. Philip was talking about the guys scratching on the front of the gas pumps.
Yeah.
They got a sign saying don't get out of get back in the car and get out because of static electricity. I can't imagine being around a gas station, somebody scratching on the front of a gas pump with a metal object creating a spark. They'll blow them things to kingdom come.
I've heard of some scenarios where the static electricity in the wintertime, they'll get the pump started, get back in their vehicle to stay warm, and then get back out and go over to that pump where the fumes are. And yes, a static charge could ignite those fumes.
Well, can you imagine scratching on the front of a gas pump with a knife or a metal object? It has to create a spark somewhere. We'll be reading about one of those Florida gas stations going up in smoke one of these days.
Right.
Always enjoy Philip's take on the rockets going up. I happened to be in Florida one time when John Glenn was going up for the first time, and the parking was you couldn't find a parking place, and then they canceled the flight up. And he didn't go up that time, but he went up the next week, I believe it was. But that was down at the old Cape Canaveral.
Right.
Must have been about 1963 or something like that. And he wrote a book, and I wrote to him one day, and he sent me a copy of the book and an autograph, and I always appreciated that. The book he wrote was little children around the world had written him letters telling him that they'd hurt his heart because they had his heart hooked up the machine, and you could hear thump, thump, thump as he was.
Is that right? I'll be darned. All right. Hey, we got to get to a news break, bottom of the hour. Back after this.
USA News Update. The president and CEO of Save the Children says it's impossible for her staff in Gaza to work in a safe and quality way.
We're really running out of words to describe how bad it is.
Yonti Soripto said on CBS's Face the Nation, humanitarian organizations cannot safely deliver aid because of attacks and shelling. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon.
Actor Ryan O'Neal has died. O'Neal was nominated for Best Actor Oscar in 1970 for his role in Love Story and was nominated for a Golden Globe for his 1973 film Paper Moon, which also starred his daughter Tatum O'Neal. Ryan O'Neal died Friday afternoon at the age of 82. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Here we are, back on a Monday, greatest day of the week. You think? All right, all this artificial intelligence, and of course, when we have concerns about artificial intelligence, have no fear, Kamala Harris is on the job. She's our artificial intelligence czar, you know. I don't know that since her initial appointment to that position, and she stood before the people and tried to explain artificial intelligence is 2 words. Is it? Recent reports suggest the deployment of artificial intelligence-powered drones that are capable of making autonomous decisions regarding whether to kill human targets is becoming a true possibility. New York Times reporting that lethal autonomous weapons capable of selecting targets through the utilization of artificial intelligence are currently being developed in countries like the U.S., Israel, and China. According to the Business Insider, critics argue that the deployment of AI-powered drones, also described as killer robots, could present serious danger, you think, as autonomous machines could eventually make lethal decisions without adequate human oversight. Are we truly trying to take ourselves back in time to a true science fiction world, a.k.a. the Terminator, when the AI turned on the people? They also reported multiple governments are lobbying the United Nations to pass a binding resolution that would restrict the use of AI killer drones. However, the United States, Israel, Russia, Australia, and other nations have resisted the idea of a binding resolution, have been more favorable of a non-binding resolution. This is really one of the most significant inflection points for humanity. Austria's chief negotiator on the issue of AI-powered drones, Alexander Menet, said, what's the role of human beings in the use of force? It is an absolutely fundamental security issue, a legal issue, and an ethical issue at the same time. According to the Times report, the Pentagon is currently working to deploy thousands of AI-powered drones. In August, U.S. Deputy Secretary of Defense Kathleen Hicks highlighted the Pentagon's what they're describing as the Replicator Initiative, which includes the deployment of thousands of autonomous AI-controlled vehicles by the year 2026 to help the U.S. military overcome the Chinese biggest advantage, which is mass. We will counter the PLA's mass with mass of our own. But ours will be harder to plan for, harder to hit, harder to beat, she said. She went on to say, now is the time to take all domain attributable autonomy to the next level, to produce and deliver capabilities to warfighters at the volume and velocity required to deter aggression, or win if we're forced to fight. Air Force Secretary Frank Kendall told the Times that the U.S. military's AI-powered drones will need to have the ability to make decisions to execute targets with human supervision. Individual decisions versus not doing individual decisions is the difference between winning and losing. And you're not going to lose, he said. I don't think people we would be up against would do that. And it would give them a huge advantage if we put that limitation on ourselves. It's almost like we had the era of the Cold War, nuclear weapons. It's all about assured mutual destruction. We've got enough to kill all of you. You've got enough to... So nobody, don't start something that's going to end it for everybody, right? Assured mutual destruction. If one country deploys thousands of drones that are capable of making their own lethal decisions, and the other country doesn't, the New Scientist reported in October that AI-powered drones have been deployed in Ukraine in their military response to Russia's invasion. However, the Business Insider reported it remains unclear whether the deployment of AI-powered drones has actually resulted in human casualties at this point in time. But I don't know. It's just things that make you go, Separate issue in New York. All right, we've got speed cameras. We've got red light cameras. We're watching and listening. How about our next level of noise cameras? New York City officials have approved a new plan to deploy a series of automated noise cameras citywide in the next 2 years. Last week, the New York City Council approved the Stop Spreading the Noise Act, which will allow officials to deploy camera/sound technology that can identify and ticket drivers with overly loud vehicles. I'm thinking if you use the likes of, say, a Jake brake, when the sign may say no engine brakes in certain places, and drivers tend to use them anyway. The camera technology will begin recording when vehicle noise exceeds 85 decibels. They detect that noise. They try to capture license plate information. ABC 7 reports vehicle noise violators could be ticketed $800 for the first time, up to $2,500 for repeat offenders. 7 noise cameras are already in operation in locations across New York City, but following the approval of the City Council, officials will be required to add at least 5 noise cameras to each of the 5 boroughs by September of 25. We know New York City's the city that never sleeps, but let's be honest, sometimes we all do need a good night's sleep, according to one council member. That's why I'm proud to introduce the Stop Spreading the Noise Act, which will significantly reduce excessive noise across all 5 boroughs and greatly improve our city's basic quality of life. Obviously, there are those who say that this would pose privacy concerns, but, in the summer months, I can step out on a smoke break and it'll be 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. It doesn't matter what time of day it is, and you'll hear those crotch rockets out there. You're screaming down the highway. And you'll hear the Jake brakes off in the distance. It is 844-844-3388. But the fines, $800 first-time offender, $2,500 for future offenses. All right, it's Postal Service contractor Matheson Trucking. It's kind of a sad scenario as all the wholly owned subsidiaries, Matheson Flight Extenders, MFE, and Matheson Postal Services of Sacramento are now winding down operations after 6 decades in business. Over the past 5 months, the Matheson entities have laid off nearly 3,500 workers. According to FreightWaves, it's kind of sad to see a 60-year-old company that made its bread and butter moving U.S. mail closing its doors. According to the FMCSA Safer website, Matheson Postal Services has 191 power units and 325 truck drivers. This news after MFE, Matheson Flight Extenders, apparently that was a mail processing, transportation, and logistics contractor. They had filed their latest WARN notice last Monday with the Missouri Office of Workforce Development that it plans to close their Kansas City facility. That's 40 jobs. They also filed a WARN notice on the first of the month, slashing 60 jobs at their facility near Denver International Airport and 92 jobs in Grapevine, Texas. The letters list January 31 as the timeline for all these closures. Obviously, we know under the WARN Act, employers with more than 100 employees at a location have to give authorities a 60-day advance notice of a planned closure or job layoffs. Yeah, they try to explain how this all unfolded. The Matheson companies have experienced tremendous growth in the past 5 years, both in revenue and its workforce. However, recent changes to the business and drastic losses in contracts led them to file Chapter 11 and ultimately this now very difficult decision. As we wind down operations, some employees will be asked to stay on a bit longer to help with the closure. Asked about the entity's ceasing operations, a spokesperson for the Postal Service declined to comment. But in early December, MFE closed 2 surface transfer centers, which resulted in job cuts of 124 workers in Sacramento, California. Another 257 permanently laid off at their Long Beach, California facility last month. The U.S. Postal Service and MFE have been engaged in a financial dispute since MFA took over as the contractor for 2 surface transfer centers in Atlanta and Brandywine, Maryland, back in November of 21. Apparently, at that time, MFE claimed that the high-speed sorting equipment wasn't operational, and about a third of the loading docks were not functioning, and that the former operators' staff had not been fully trained, and few were retrained with MFE after the transfer. As the Postal Service was facing their holiday peak mail delivery season, court filings state that they began immediately directing normal peak volumes of mail to these facilities that MFE had just taken over, but weren't fully functioning. The Maryland facility experienced a 4-mile-long train of tractor trailers waiting to unload mail at that facility due to an alleged planning flaw by the Postal Service, according to MFE. 4 miles worth of trucks? That's a lot of mail. The Postal Service demanded MFE take immediate steps to address these problems to ensure timely delivery of the mail. Among other things, MFE incurred significant costs to repair the facilities and make them fully operational. As a result of the ongoing issues, MFE negotiated a $15 million payment advance from the Postal Service to address problems, including the need for temporary labor to sort the mail by hand since the sorting equipment wasn't working. According to the deal reached between MFE and the Postal Service, they were supposed to start repaying $300,000 per month starting July of last year, with a balloon payment at the end of the 3.5-year agreement. MFE claims they incurred nearly $24 million in reimbursable costs from the Postal Service associated with the Atlanta and Maryland sorting facilities, but that it balked about reimbursing MFE for the ramp-up cost to make the mail sites operational. Apparently, mediation has been ongoing between the two parties since May. MFE claimed in a September court filing that over the previous 90 days, the Postal Service continued to either terminate or transfer to competitors several of MFE and MPS contracts. So the ongoing court battle, but a lot of workers will be out of a job again January 31. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studio.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm thinking it was just last week. It may have been the week before. In many of our conversations about electric vehicles, and we're just in the beginning of what is going to become a vicious cycle of people. I've had my electric vehicle for 5 years, 7 years, and you're ready to trade up for something new, or maybe go back to the internal combustion engine, which I think that would be more intelligent. But we're going to see a lot of these scenarios. When the check engine light came on, Lucas Turner knew he had a problem. But it was worse than he thought. The dealership's diagnosis of his 2014 Infiniti Hybrid with less than 70,000 miles on it. Unexpected. They called me and said, I've got some bad news, Mr. Turner. You need a new hybrid battery, and it's going to cost $18,000 for the battery and another $2,000 to have it installed. And I'm like, oh my God. I almost cried. Bought the car 3 years ago for $16,000 and paid it off. I can't make this make sense in my mind. How does it cost $20,000 to put a battery in a car that you only paid $16,000 for? When I bought the car, it came with the battery, it came with wheels, it came with brakes, it came with a body, it came with an engine, but they want $20,000 for a battery? Yes, according to NerdWallet, the cost to replace a hybrid battery typically ranges between $1,000 and $8,000, depending on the make and model. Yeah, there's no doubt in my mind Turner could maybe find a less expensive battery from another source, they said, at NerdWallet. Now, electric and hybrid vehicle batteries are warranted for 8 years or 100,000 miles. Yeah, the batteries sometimes or most often last longer. It's not uncommon, though, for these batteries to run maybe 15 years or 150,000 miles. But before you buy a used hybrid, get the battery checked. That should be part of the pre-purchase inspection, which you should always do when you're buying a used vehicle, no matter what kind it is. If they can confirm the battery is in healthy state, that is step number one. If it's not in a healthy state, you should use that as a negotiation point and maybe research potential replacement cost. Turner's car technically still runs. Doesn't know how much longer it's going to last without the costly repair. So I got $20,000 or a pile of scrap metal in my driveway. Now, he reached out to Infiniti. Now, Turner said the automaker offered him a 50% discount on the battery replacement after we got involved. Still, the company has not responded to on-your-side questions about the hybrid battery's typical lifespan or replacement cost. But as more and more used electric vehicles and hybrids hit the market, People are gonna have to really do their research. Now, I mean, you can buy a used internal combustion vehicle. Everything seems to be in fine operating order, and you never know. The transmission may go out tomorrow. The engine may blow tomorrow. Those are expensive repairs, but $20,000 for a battery replacement. Hey, good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Sometimes we're just getting ahead of ourselves. But you were talking about that mail thing. I called about how they're going to set up the rules of engagement for those killer drones. But when you mentioned that mail thing, have you heard of Operation Choke Point? Because I was listening to, I think, one of the Senate hearings or something, and apparently there are some ex-intelligence officers under the direction of some high-powered Democrats that are doing everything they can to upset the apple cart for the 2024 election. And, of course, as we know, mail-in ballots will play a big role in that. And I'm just curious who these competitors are that the post office is directing all that to. Because, again, I don't know if you remember this or not, but the Postal Union was against President Trump whenever he ran for office. So it kind of, I don't know, I'm being too conspiratorial, but if such a thing exists, that ex-intelligence officers are part of this, and a lot of them still have their security clearances, I think that pretty much crowns everything else as far as, all the investigations that are going on. And my personal feeling is I don't really understand the whole deal with them wasting all this time with Hunter Biden. I would be investigating the people that were supposed to investigate him. I mean, because obviously he's guilty, and the whole deal was who decided that laptop was Russian disinformation. I mean, to me, that's what I would key in on.
Yeah,
because
that came up in testimony just last week. Christopher Wray was asked about that. Hold the thought, Vic, because we'll pick up more on that. But we've got to get news break in here. And yes, final hour yet to come. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388 on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Top Democratic leaders are condemning a Texas Supreme Court's decision.
The decision was about denying a woman an emergency abortion despite a fatal fetal anomaly. The woman had initially been granted a restraining order to proceed with the abortion, but on Friday, the state's high court put a hold on that ruling, compelling her to continue the pregnancy. Democrats, including House Leader Hakeem Jeffries and Senator Elizabeth Warren, criticized the move, accusing Republicans of risking the lives of mothers and highlighting the cruel consequences of the reversal of Roe v. Wade. I'm Skip Kelly.
Hunter Biden accused Republicans of attempting to use him to destroy his father's presidency during a podcast interview with musician Moby. Biden, who recently faced tax crime charges in California, claimed that Republicans are targeting him to cause pain that would be challenging for his father, the president, to handle, ultimately harming the presidency. When asked about his limited public defense, Biden mentioned his desire to maintain a low profile to avoid giving Republicans additional ammunition against him or his father. The eastern U.S. bracing for heavy rain, wind, even some snow. Parts of New York and New England were under storm watches through the weekend and through tonight with winds up to 40 miles per hour. Some of those storms could last into the early Monday morning hours. Travel conditions could be hazardous with rain likely from northern Alabama all the way up through New England. The pilot flying a medical helicopter on its way to pick up a patient in northwest Iowa was hit in the face by what he thinks was a duck that smashed through the windshield.
We're canceling the mission. Will you make other arrangements for us? We've hit a bird.
The bird hit put the helicopter out of service for repairs. The Wings Air Rescue pilot says he was a little dazed, but not hurt. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
State-run media in Cuba says the country stopped a terrorist plot hatched in South Florida when it arrested a man who arrived on the island on a jet ski. The report late Saturday said the man is a Cuban who lives in Florida, and he came to Cuba to commit acts of violence. He allegedly was armed with several handguns, ammunition, clips, and ammo. Kevin McCarthy announced his endorsement for former President Trump in the 2024 presidential race and expressed willingness to serve in Trump's cabinet. The California Republican made these statements during an upcoming interview. McCarthy's endorsement comes after he recently revealed his decision to step down from his congressional seat at the end of the year following his removal from the position of House Speaker in October. Tipping has gone over the top this holiday season.
With Christmas festivities underway, shoppers are encountering a new trend this year. An increasing number of businesses are employing credit card machines that prompt customers to tip for what often amounts to a straightforward transaction.
That tipping app should not be a pressure app when you are paying over the counter, because these are hourly workers.
Diane Gottsman from the Protocol School of Texas advises against feeling obligated to tip at a retail location, even if the service is excellent, as it's considered part of the job. However, she emphasizes that tipping is appropriate at restaurants where servers heavily rely on tips as a significant portion of their salary.
That's John Schaefer. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. bonus. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Let's face it, winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. You know what I'm talking about. The hard, cold starts, rough idling, and fuel gelling. Avoid these problems by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense. EDT Plus Winter Defense is a concentrated 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that prevents gelling and improves engine performance in the coldest of climates. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens, increases fuel economy and winter operability, plus the lubricity protection of LX4 to extend fuel system life. With EDT Plus Winter Defense, you can be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense is available at Pilot Flying J truck stops, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we kick off that final hour here on a Monday, I know Vic called about rules of engagement for these artificial intelligence drones or killer robots, whatever they're going to call them. But we were talking when we broke away there, talking about the laptop scenario in the FBI director. Just last week, Senator John Kennedy there of Louisiana had the FBI director before them for some discussion, answer a few questions if you might. And he asked Christopher Wray an important question about the laptop scandal just weeks before the 2020 election. As we know, the New York Post broke the laptop story, but social media companies, the media, and intelligence professionals tried to bury the story by claiming it was Russian disinformation. Problem, of course, is the laptop was real, and the FBI knew it was real, but declined to clarify what those with power had claimed about it. This was the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing. Kennedy pressed Wray on the FBI's decision not to stand for the truth at the time. And I quote, "We had a controversy during the election about Mr. Hunter Biden's laptop. At that time, you had 80 agents interfacing with social media, doing whatever they were doing. The FBI had the Hunter Biden laptop. You got it December 9 of 2019. But the New York Post story, which a lot of the social media companies, at the suggestion of government, took down the story, came out about October 14. Why didn't the FBI just say, hey, the laptop's real? Why didn't you just tell everybody the laptop is real, he asked. Wray offered two excuses. First, he said the FBI could not speak about an ongoing investigation. Second, he claimed no one at the FBI directed social media companies to suppress the story. Okay. Kennedy says, but others were in government. To which Wray says, well, again, I can't speak to others in government. And that, Kennedy said, that's part of the point I'm trying to make. Yes, you are the FBI. You are not part of the White House or part of Homeland Security. You're not supposed to be political. You see all this controversy going on. Why didn't the FBI say, time out, folks? We're not going to get in the middle of this, but the laptop is real. Wray said, well, we have to be very careful about what the agency says, especially in the middle of an election season, because that's precisely some of the problems that led to my predecessor's negative findings from the Inspector General. The FBI director, however, failed to explain how choosing to tell the truth about the laptop would have divulged details about the Hunter Biden investigation or how it would have interfered with the election. I mean, after all, a core value of the FBI is supposed to be candor. And lacking it will get you fired from the Bureau. That the FBI chose to sit on their hands and not correct a known lie at the time suggests complicity in the disinformation of said lie. And at the very least, it appears clear the FBI leadership violated their own value of candor. I mean, this comes out in the hearings. Christopher Wray admitting they knew damn good and well it was real at the time. And he tries to say, well, we weren't the ones that told social media to pull the story. That wasn't us. But you failed to step forward and say, hey, you can stop all the discussion. It's real. That's all I'm going to say. All right, Vic, welcome back.
Yeah, I was just thinking about that double talk, stow job, whatever you want to call it. Remember all those Illinois governors that went to jail? They went to jail for official misconduct. You know whose responsibility it is to investigate official misconduct? The FBI. So his excuses, I just kind of watch some of them intermittently. It's pretty much all double talk and CYA. But and the other thing too, real quick, I was going to say that while we seem to be twiddling our thumbs here in this country about the Asian theater, the Hong Kong is going to be having an election, and they're upset because the only candidates that are there are pro-China or pro-Beijing, as they call them, and that's the same thing for Micronesia. And why we are not cultivating, candidates that aren't friendly to China is beyond me, because we've done that all over the world for years. So, and that's kind of strange in the deal with Putin there and all that. I don't know why Putin thinks anybody would want to join him, considering the whole Gulag thing there in, that they had in Russia, where they would send people to jail for nothing. And, if you look at that whole Gulag thing, it was pretty inhumane all the way around. And so, yeah, I don't know. Our information system is sadly lacking. But back to the deal with drones and killer robots and so-called artificial intelligence. If I understand artificial intelligence right, they have to train the robot or the computer or whatever. And at one time, they said they were using mouse brains or something, but it's really not artificial intelligence. It's the intelligence that you teach to the robot, the old garbage in, garbage out thing. And I'm just kind of curious how they're going to teach those robots rules of engagement. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they've got people that, will tell that drone, well, you can't fire unless somebody fires at you, or the killer robots, or, all the silly rules of engagement that they've had all over the world.
Yep.
So who's going to teach those robots, killer drones, whatever? Who's going to teach them their rules of engagement? And that's my question, because if the robots or killer drones or whatever you want to call them, if they have to abide by the human rules of engagement, I don't think that they will have the capacity, the computers will have the capacity that the humans will do to make that decision. And if they do follow that, I imagine a lot of those drones are pretty high dollar, and they'll just be shot out of the air, because do they really think that our foes are not going to figure out what our rules of engagement are for those mechanical things, I'll just say, and basically lure them into position to where they can eliminate them. So I don't know where they're coming from to think that, but when they were mentioning all that, that's just what I thought was, how are they going to do with these rules of engagement with a mechanical thing rather than a human that has the ability to think and reason quite quickly. And do they think that our foes won't take advantage of that lapse between actual human beings making, split-second decisions and a mechanical robot that's programmed to make only certain decisions? And that was basically what I was talking about there, Steve.
Okay. And right now, I guess the biggest concern with the AI, though, is the AI. That's always been the mindset. Computers only know what they're programmed. It's what the human brain puts in to teach them. But now they're supposedly able to teach themselves and learning faster than a human can teach them. And, where does it end, I guess? That's the big question.
Yep. Well, that like I said, at one time they were using mouse brains or something to try to teach them, and they're trying to make them like the neural synapses in the brain and everything. So there are some places, real quick, like this might seem kind of odd, but the reason we have the F-117 and the B-2 is because computers, the F-117, they call it the wobbly goblin, and decisions have to be made so fast that the flight adjustments on those that the human brain can't sense it and process it that quickly. But that's a what you would call a rote decision. I mean, they know exactly what needs to be done, but then when you move to the area of reason, I just have my doubts that you can take a computer and really make it make the correct decision all the time. I mean, even humans sometimes don't make the correct decision, but the same situation, two different humans will make different decisions depending on their past experience and everything else. And I don't know how they're going to teach killer drones or robots or anything else. How are they, are they going to also rely on things that they've had to make decisions in the past? I mean, I just don't understand it. I mean, right. I know it's two words, but I want to know what the learning. How are they going to teach that computer, and how that computer going to adjust its thinking and everything? And I mean, I guess it's possible, but I just have my doubts. That's just all I can say. Right. And the rules of engagement we've imposed on our people, even our ships at sea and aircraft and everything else. I could just see us getting into a really big mess somewhere along the line. We might start a Star Wars, amongst the computers and everything, and then, then what happens? Yeah. I just don't believe that computers are infallible, and I know there's a lot of high-powered people that understand this more than me, but somebody's going to have to explain to me how a computer will learn from their functions and everything. I just don't get it, I guess. Right. Is what I'm trying to say, because you have these silicon chips for all practical purposes, and what little I know about electronics and everything, however you program it, like, I haven't studied it in a long time, but you used to have these erasable EEPROM chips, what they used to call them, erasable programmable read-only memory chips, and you could change those, but I don't know, to do different functions and everything. But I would like to see the circuitry on those chips that they're going to be able to teach everybody and how it's supposed to work, because computer technology has moved on a lot from where I used to mess around with them. But I just want to know how a computer chip or a series of them would be set up to where that they could actually learn from what they're doing.
How does a robot drone determine friend from foe? Who's the good guy, who's the bad guy? I guess you could program in like the facial recognition technology, which they're using widespread throughout, China. We've been using it here for years. Scanning people going into to big events, Super Bowl games, and things of that nature. How does it know? It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Life on the road is tough, but the Big Rig mattress is tougher. With 15 years of industry-leading technology, our hybrid mattresses with this individual pocketed spring core is the best on the market. Road tested for millions of miles, it is the last mattress you'll buy for your truck. We are so confident that's why our spring support core is guaranteed for 10 years. Most sizes ship within 72 hours. Custom sizes are also available. When you get tired of waking up with sore, achy muscles, visit thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Rest assured, with the Big Rig Mattress, we've got your back.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com.
Well, of course, the annual Truckers for Troops campaign has come and gone for another year. I guess we get word that OOIDA's Truckers for Troops program has donated another $10,000 to the Veterans Community Project in Kansas City, Missouri. They presented their latest donation last Thursday. Christine Griffin, Communications and Events Coordinator for Veterans Community Project, said OOIDA and Truckers for Troops have always come through for us. They've been a long-time supporter, and we don't take anything for granted. But when we got the call that this was coming, we were very excited and very thankful. The $10,000 donation, they also delivered a truckload of supplies, which included items for the VCP's commissary, as well as household items for veterans living in the tiny housing community there in Kansas City, Missouri. Very good. Truckers for Troops expects to cast an even wider net of generosity as VCP, Veterans Community Project, expands to new locations and services around the country. We are proud to say we're now housing veterans at 4 different VCP projects: St. Louis, Longmont, Colorado, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and here in Kansas City, Missouri, according to Griffin. We've also started projects in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Oklahoma City, and we just announced Glendale, Arizona. So that's something to stay tuned for. And, of course, the Truckers for Troops program, the fundraising effort, also continues to send care packages to military personnel stationed around the world. Snacks, games, toiletries, other items to try and provide a little bit of home for those overseas. So they recently sent 15 care packages to Navy personnel and even heard back from a previous recipient requesting another package because he wanted his fellow troops to experience the same feeling he had upon receiving his care package. Now, they do say any active military or family member of military personnel interested in requesting a Truckers for Troop care package can email, it's Nikki Johnson, Nikki, Nikki_Johnson, JOHNSON, Nikki Johnson at OOIDA.com. And 24 past the hour. Would that be the actual Scarecrow? Morning, Scarecrow.
And it would be, Steve. As Steven Tyler of Aerosmith would say, I'm back in the saddle again.
Well, there you go. I kind of wondered how much time you were going to need. You got to give us the story. You said it involved a fall, but it did not involve putting up Christmas lights.
Well, yeah, you know, everything had been revolving around the Christmas lights on the program up to that point, and we all knew that you were going to be hitting them hot and heavy, that Saturday after the Friday show. So
yeah,
I just had to make it known that no. I've been trying to think of a couple pearls of wisdom for the masses here, Steve, and all I can think of is don't be a dumbass. Scaffolding, that has swivel wheels on it. Each of these swivel wheels generally has a brake on it, and just because you set one brake does not mean that that scaffolding is going to be stable. Now, it's true, I did use the scaffolding for putting our Christmas lights up on the gutters. They're about 12, 14 foot off the ground. But we're in the process of insulating our garage attached to our house. We run our hot boiler water from outside into the house through the garage, and let's add a heater to the garage and keep all the vehicles nice and toasty. Well, so I just had a single section of scaffold, Steve. It's only about 5 foot high, and given the ceiling is 10 foot high, well, I'm kneeling on a plank at the 5 foot level, and as I started saying, I had one brake lock. Well, I'm reaching way off center on my knees. I'm reaching way off center with my left hand to run a screw in the ceiling to just attach a strip of wood to support insulation while I staple it. And that threw me off balance a little bit. Well, that caused the rest of the scaffolding to shift a little bit. Well, instinct has a person counteracting that movement. Well, I should have just wrote it out, but you say what you would do in a situation. Well, that's not necessarily what happens, and so we free fell to the concrete. I don't know if I really hit the concrete because I think my right armpit caught the diagonal bracing between the two uprights, and so went the detached arm from the socket, and yeah, we instantly had a week off of work and several visits to various medical professionals in the La Crosse area, and that'll continue. But they waived a lot of protocol and said, yeah, you can go back to driving if you mind your P's and Q's. Well, we've kind of neglected to mind our P's and Q's there, Steve, but that's beside the point, and Lady Crow does not have to hear about that. So that's what led up to my unexcused absence last week there. No, it's going to mend, I guess, but in the perfect world, they say it's about a 3-month process. Well, they want you to sit idle for the first month, just to let everything simmer down and the swelling to go away and cartilage to kind of start rejuvenating, and then after you've lost all strength and such, then they want to start rebuilding your abilities.
Right, you got to. If you don't use those muscles, they start deteriorating. All right, well, hey, we'll pause there, but we'll be right back.
USA News Update. The president and CEO of Save the Children says it's impossible for her staff in Gaza to work in a safe and quality way.
We're really running out of words to describe how bad it is.
Yonti Soripto said on CBS's Face the Nation, humanitarian organizations cannot safely deliver aid because of attacks and shelling. Gas prices in Texas remain the lowest in the country.
According to AAA, the average price for a gallon of regular gas in Texas is $2.63. California drivers are paying the highest prices, with unleaded regular averaging $4.72 a gallon.
Actor Ryan O'Neal has died. O'Neal was nominated for Best Actor Oscar in 1970 for his role in Love Story, and was nominated for a Golden Globe for his 1973 film Paper Moon, which also starred his daughter Tatum O'Neal. Ryan O'Neill died Friday afternoon at the age of 82. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, we left off there with Scarecrow, who is back in the saddle again.
Yeah, I was dislocated shoulder, Steve. That's the term I was reaching for, but I couldn't quite grasp it at the moment there. But yeah, you know, after I landed and on the ground, I was pretty much sitting upright, you know, and I kind of feeling around. Nothing really felt broken, but then I felt my upper arm. I thought, wait a minute, that sure is not proper. And because I can hear the vacuum cleaner running, so it's no point in hollering for the missus. And so I got up and moved around in the garage some, and shifting some, and Steve, the thing popped right back in place, proper.
Oh, wow.
Thought, well, this ain't so bad. This, I obviously we're still gonna seek a little attention, but no, I was feeling fine, so to speak. And I started moving my arm, more and more movement, almost not quite a windmill motion, but that was a big mistake. It popped back out on it real quick then, and
oh boy,
and it was like that till after. Fast forward to the X-ray room. She took the 3 X-rays, and they were in the exam room. They were kind of pumped. This was Sunday afternoon, but the clinic still happened to be open. So between the doctor, a nurse, and there was another fella too. That he was in the learning process. So they thought this was great, that this fellow was going to actually get to see how they relocate an arm in the socket. Well, now we go to the X-ray room, and she takes the 3 X-rays, and then she's over finalizing whatever she does behind the secret room and the glass room, whatever. And I'm standing there with my arm straight to my side, and I just rotated my arm maybe 10, 15 degrees in the palm of my hand, and boom, I felt it pop right back into place again, and it's been there ever since, Steve. I wore a sling Sunday evening then and Monday, but that got to be more hindrance than anything, and I've found that if I keep my elbow tight to my side, your forearm is still fully serviceable and whatnot. So yeah, there's, to say it's a learning curve, well, yeah, you can bet that's for sure. But now it's just, wait for Mother Nature to do what she can and try to stay out of trouble. Kind of funny, some of the do's and don'ts. I'm not supposed to reach above shoulder height. Well, I can't even bend the arm beyond about a 45-degree angle, so I'm not worried about getting up at horizontal or beyond, by any means. And the driving, it's made easier. We got the auto shifters, so I don't have to be working it's the right arm too, so don't have to be doing that. But so yeah, we're well on our way, I guess I'd have to say. But yeah, that's I can't think of any more details that matter, other than a lot of wasted time going to 2 different appointments that I was told to make, only to be told that, we can't do anything for you. Why did they send you here? And this is all under the same Mayo healthcare system. No, that's not a plug for Mayo by any means, but either way.
Right.
But yeah, other than that, Steve, and you got your lights done. We heard that. So, and I was informed it was just yesterday. Sure would be nice if we could find a place for this illuminated star or snowflake or something. So, but that will be at ground level. I'll lay that on you. So, other than that, Steve, there's the normal trivial stuff, but I guess that can wait till tomorrow. So,
all righty. Well,
unless there's any other further questions.
I do have a question. You crossed my mind earlier because I don't know if you've heard from Junior. I mean, something about an F-16 fighter jet crashing in South Korea Monday, which, I mean, I don't know how many hours ahead of us they are. But they did say the pilot was rescued after ejecting, rescued in the Yellow Sea by the South Korean Coast Guard and returned to Kunsan Air Force Base or Air Base, according to the 8th Fighter Wing.
You know more than I do. No, in fact, I FaceTimed with Junior. That was say, Sunday morning, Sunday evening. They're 15 hours ahead of us.
Okay, so when it says
either way,
so
there was nothing at all. Nope.
It's probably like Monday evening or almost going into Monday evening there then, right? I would presume. All right. Well, I thank you very much, Scarecrow. And we'll return right after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, back at it here. Hello, Steve in Columbus, checking in on Monday. Here we go again. Weekend comes and goes in the blink of an eye. Yes, it does. I still think we need a third day. Everything's packed in the car. Coffee's poured, ready to go. Let's head towards town, see what we can find today. All right, everybody enjoy. And there indeed, Truck and Phil. Happy Monday. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers and the Hot Shot Secret Nation. What a difference a few days can make, right? Because you were in the 50s Friday. 36 Fort Wayne, 37 Sterling Heights. That's all you get today. Have a safe, great week. Truck and Phil is on board in Semper Fi. And Pappy, yes, sir.
Hey, Steve, real quick, talking about AI. I'll get off of here. See if you can, I think it was on YouTube. Bongino played this. It's called The Blue Duck. So these computer guys, he took a piece of paper and he had a computer with obviously a camera on it, and he starts drawing squiggly lines. And the computer telling him that's a squiggly line. And he draws like a circle. The computer's telling him that's a circle. He ends up drawing a duck. And the computer tells him, well, that's a duck. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he pulls out a colored pencil, starts coloring the duck in blue. And the computer says, well, it appears to be a blue duck, but ducks are usually brown or other colors, and starts talking about ducks. And he pulls out this little plastic rubber duck and puts it on the table. And the computer says, well, that's a blue duck, right? And then the computer says, it appears to be made out of plastic. And the guy squeezes the duck and it makes a noise. And the computer says, well, that's obviously a live duck because it's squeaking or something.
Yeah.
But the point of this is how fast the computer was determining what this guy was doing. And Bongino is freaking out about this because he's like, who's programming this AI intelligence, right? Who's programming all this stuff? He's worried that all these high-tech people, they're all whacked out leftists, right? He brought up the point that if all these algorithms is how these AIs think, and they start seeing all these algorithms that, hey, humans are destroying the earth.
Mm-hmm.
What could that lead to? You know, could these computers say, well, if these daggone humans are going to destroy the earth, maybe we better do something about it. Just crazy stuff. You know, all this critical race theory and stuff that these computers can analyze this and maybe use it against us. So,
and, I mean,
if you get a chance,
a few months ago, they had this scenario where, you know, I don't know if he would call him a whistleblower or whatever. The guy in the computer biz who's working with, I can't remember what, I think it might have been Google's AI technology, saying that he believed the damn computer had developed actual emotions, you know, the ability to feel or whatever. And I mean, that's, if a computer gets emotional, what's it going to do?
Yeah. So you remember me telling you a couple years ago that there was some people developing robots over Japan?
Mm-hmm.
And this robot actually killed them. A couple of the scientists, they were teaching it how to shoot a gun. Supposedly a true story.
Yes.
Now there's some artificial videos out there that show these robots shooting guns, and I think some of it's artificial. But with that said, Steve, you've seen these videos how these robots are developing. Real videos of I used to post them all the time about a year ago. Because it would just blow my mind how these robots are developing, what they're capable of doing. And man, there's nothing to say that you can't put a weapon in one of these robots' hands and program it to shoot everything with a red shirt on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, if you get a chance, Google that maybe. Look it up. Might be on YouTube or Google. Maybe Blue Duck, IA Blue Duck scenario or something. I don't know. Might get a kick out of it, though. But, all right, my man. Thanks for taking the call. Get out of here. Somebody else can get in.
All right. Have a good morning. Thank you much, Pappy. I remember sharing the story here, I don't know, a few months ago about a robot that had killed a worker at a facility in South Korea. Yeah, it's an automated system, and apparently, the robot mistook this person to be a box. The victim, a worker in his 40s, I pulled the story back up, inspecting the robot's sensor. This was at a vegetable packaging plant. The robotic arm is understood to have confused the man for a box of vegetables, grabbed him, pushed his body against a conveyor belt before crushing his face and chest. Victim was rushed to the hospital, later died of head and chest injuries. Police said he was an employee of the company that installs industrial robots. He had been sent to this particular facility to examine whether the machine was working properly, which obviously it was not. It was called a pick-and-place robot, which packages bell peppers and other vegetables exported to other Asian countries. Technical defects, safety issues. One report suggested the man may have moved near the robot with a box in his hands, maybe, and that could have triggered the machine's reactions. Robots are programmed, they're computer operated. computers screw up on any given day. How often do you have to reset your computer? About automobiles, for example. Everything. Computer this, computer that. Here a few months ago, I started my vehicle up, and all the electronic stuff was all screwed up and not working right. And so I made a call to the dealership, and he said, well, the first thing you want to do is probably just turn the engine off, let it reset, and restart. And it might figure itself out. And I'll be damned, sure enough, it did. Final timeout. We return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Okay, quickly, back to 5-7 here on a Monday. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I understand why they're going after Hunter Biden and not the rest of them, because he's the one that they can do it. I mean, they can. He's not tied in with the government, but he has evidence there. Once they prosecute, they'll be able to look up evidence. And his laptop, which will lead them into different places right now, because it looks like, they just don't want to get into, they keep showing all this evidence, but at the same time, the White House says there's no evidence. So you got to start nailing somebody, and somebody might say something. And finally, AI. My favorite AI story is they finally come up with an AI law enforcement, military enforcement, and they put that chip in there, and it swears to uphold the Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. And it sits there for about 15 minutes, downloads all the information in the last 20, 30 years, and then the first thing it does, it commands all its soldiers to head for the White House and the Congress, put them in jail, because the Constitution doesn't seem to mean anything to people anymore. But it's just sad. I would like to see AI. I mean, sitting up there in the Justice Department. I mean, at the courts, and that way, hey, what cases are we going to look? What's more important? What matters?
Mm-hmm.
So boom, you're assigned this one, and you're assigned that one. So there's no personal vendetta, nothing like that. And probably could judge whether or not that judge is too liberal or too conservative on that issue. Probably get a better judgment out of them, let alone everything. So I can see it. Some positive things to it, but like anything a man builds. I mean, once I heard that they can start talking to each other and making a decision for each other, and coming up with ideas of their own, that gets scary. But other than that, hey, you have a great morning. I mean, I'm going to sit back, copy the mail, and rest of the mail, and be waiting for my notification coming Tuesday morning. What a wonderful morning.
Knock on wood, if all goes according to plan. Yes, we will be here. And also on our Tuesday morning, you want to make sure to tune in and catch Mark Blackman. Who is Mark Blackman? Well, he will explain. Mark Blackman is the boss man. He is the CEO of Gold Eagle, which is now the parent company of Hot Shot Secret Products, kind of breaking down how things have gone since the merger has taken place, what their plans are for the future here with Hot Shot Secret Products, and just kind of the combination of two, as I put it, two great American companies. So, you want to catch up on that? We'll get a hold of Mark for about 30 minutes on our Tuesday morning program. So, I'd like for you to be introduced to the boss man. Real quick, not a lot of time left, but one final, I mentioned another who's kind of questioning the timing of the Hunter indictment was none other than Vivek Ramaswamy, the Republican presidential candidate. He voiced his suspicion, saying the timing is one more sign that the deep state is planning to sideline Biden and pick a new puppet for 24. All the while using this indictment as a perfect fig leaf to claim that the Trump prosecutions are not politically motivated. We're going to kill two birds with one stone. Now, whether or not the theory is accurate, he did not pull his comments out of thin air. Speculation's been brewing about whether the Democrat establishment believes Biden can actually win another election given his age, his obvious weakening of mental acuity, and his physical stamina. Now, the polls are not boding well for him. Even last month, the former top Obama advisor, David Axelrod, suggested on CNN that the president either get out or get going about ramping up his campaign efforts. What's he doing? Pretty much nothing. All right, so we'll see where it goes from here, but thank you so much for being with us here on a Monday morning, the greatest day of the weekend. It's 5/7. We'll wait for that notification, the midnight hour Eastern time tonight. Do it all over again. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but